School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution, Yemen. And I read side with Iran against the other Arab nations. World War III is heating up in the Middle East. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. It seems like Trump has scared the hell out the Arabs. It seems like the Arabs want to fight Iran because they don't want their kingdoms to be abandoned by the U.S. Let's get right into the content. Salute.
The Middle East is on the edge of a dangerous new escalation. A powerful warning has just been issued, and it could open an entirely new front in the Iran war. Yemen is no longer holding back. It is warning Arab states over what it calls a Zionist conspiracy and openly backing Iran in the escalating conflict. The message is stark: choose sides or risk being seen as part of the war itself.
You see, this is what Trump and Israel needed. They needed the Arabs to do the dying. Iran is devastating Israel and the U.S. They need the Arabs to get in the way. Seems like Saudi Arabia is making very foolish mistakes, but now Yemen is warning them. Iraq has already entered the war. They're not even waiting. They letting them know if this is what they want, then this is what they're going to get. Total war with the Arabs.
A top Yemeni leader has now drawn a red line. Stand with Iran against aggression, or do not become a tool in a rapidly unfolding regional confrontation. In a dramatic statement, Mahdi al-Mashat, chairman of Yemen's Supreme Political Council, has reaffirmed unwavering solidarity with Tehran. He warned Arab nations against becoming tools in what he described as a coordinated U.S.-Israeli campaign against Iran. Speaking amid rising tensions, Mashat made it clear that Yemen stands firmly with Iran. He emphasized that Tehran has the full right to defend itself and confront what he called aggressor regimes. The warning did not stop there. Mashat directly addressed Arab and Islamic nations with a stark message. If they cannot help defeat what he termed a Zionist conspiracy, they must not assist in implementing it. This statement comes against the backdrop of escalating hostilities that began on February 28th. U.S. and Israeli airstrikes reportedly targeted Iran, assassinating senior officials and military commanders. Iran has since responded with sustained retaliation. Missile and drone strikes have been launched almost daily. Targets include Israeli-linked locations and U.S. military assets spread across the region. The conflict is no longer contained. It is expanding, and Yemen appears ready to step in. Yemen's Ansarullah movement has also reinforced its support for Iran. In a statement, the group congratulated Tehran on its retaliatory operations. It claimed that the attacks on Iran are part of a broader attempt to give Israel unchecked control over the region. According to the group, Iran is not just defending itself, it is defending the wider region, the Islamic world, and what it described as sacred values.
I was driving one night, and I hit a guy who was walking.
Tensions are spiraling fast as Yemen's Ansarullah signals it is ready to step directly into the fire, this time in open support of Iran. The group frames the moment as a response to what it calls unprovoked aggression by the United States and Israel, warning that the conflict may no longer be contained. Behind the rhetoric lies a dangerous reality. The same force that has already threatened global shipping lanes is now hinting at a broader confrontation, one that could turn the Red Sea into the next decisive battlefield. According to sources cited by Tasnim news agency, Ansarullah forces are now on full alert. The group has reportedly been prepared since day one of the escalation on February 28th, and now the warning is clear. Intervention is no longer a distant possibility. At the center of this looming escalation lies one of the world's most strategic choke points, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, a narrow maritime corridor that controls access between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, and Ansarullah is signaling it may take control. Sources indicate that the group could use the strait as a powerful pressure tool against its adversaries, a move that could disrupt global shipping routes and choke vital energy supplies. The message is unmistakable. The battlefield may soon extend far beyond land and skies. The warning goes even further. If required, Ansarullah fighters are ready to discipline aggressors, and they are not acting alone. The source emphasizes that both Iran and Ansarullah possess the capability to generate a credible and immediate threat in the region. This is not an empty threat. Ansarullah has already demonstrated its power in the Red Sea before. The group has repeatedly shown it can shut down strategic waterways and impose its will on global trade routes with precision and force. After October 7, 2023, when Israel launched its war in Gaza with U.S. backing, Ansarullah stepped in with a naval blockade. Israeli-linked ships were targeted, maritime traffic was disrupted, and global shipping was forced to reroute around southern Africa, dramatically increasing costs and delays. But it did not stop there. The group expanded its operations into the skies. Aerial blockades were imposed. Strategic Israeli targets came under sustained missile fire, and U.S. naval forces operating near Yemen were repeatedly targeted. In a stunning development, these operations reportedly forced at least 2 U.S. aircraft carriers to withdraw from the region, a rare and significant shift that underscored the growing reach of the resistance axis. Now, the stakes are even higher. With Ansarullah ready to enter the conflict in support of Iran, the possibility of a wider regional war is no longer theoretical. It is rapidly becoming a reality.
Blueprint.
Iraq officially joins the war? Latest developments from March 24, 2026 are raising serious alarm across the region. Following deadly airstrikes on popular mobilization forces positions in Anbar and Mosul, Iraq's leadership has taken a decisive step. In an emergency session chaired by Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, the country's top security body authorized its forces to respond to attacks with all available means. This comes after a major strike killed at least 15 PMF fighters, including senior commander Saad al-Baiji, and wounded dozens more. Iraqi officials have directly blamed the United States, with some pointing to Israeli involvement, marking a sharp escalation in tone from Baghdad. The decision is being framed as self-defense, but its implications go far beyond that. Because the Popular Mobilization Forces are not just militias, they are officially part of Iraq's state security apparatus. That means any attack on them is now treated as an attack on Iraq itself. And now, retaliation has formal backing. At the same time, Iraq is trying to balance on a razor's edge. The government has summoned both U.S. and Iranian representatives, filed complaints at the United Nations, and emphasized that only the state has the authority to decide war and peace. But on the ground, the situation is already shifting. In recent weeks, strikes have hit multiple locations across Iraq, while armed factions linked to the PMF have launched drone and rocket attacks on U.S. targets. Each exchange increases the risk of a wider escalation. This is the dangerous gray zone, where defensive authorizations can quickly turn into active conflict, where retaliation leads to counter-retaliation, and where the line between being involved and being at war starts to disappear. Iraq is now deeper in the conflict than at any point so far, and the next move could determine whether it becomes a full battlefield.
War. The Shiites in Iraq, the Shiites in Yemen. We knew this was going to happen when you killed their clerical leader.
Subscribe to
One is born not with a bang of $1 million missile, but with the buzz of a $500 motor. Today, the internet, specifically the dark corridors of Telegram and X, has been set ablaze by footage that the Pentagon desperately wants to classify, but the world needs to see.
The Islamic Resistance, a group operating in Iraq, has carried out an FPV drone attack on a U.S. military base in Baghdad, according to Iranian media reports. It is reported that during the attack, a Sentinel radar system and a UH-60 helicopter belonging to the United States were hit.
The claimed operation targeting the US's Victoria base in Baghdad, showing loitering FPV drones, identifying and striking multiple targets.
Iranian-backed militias in Iraq have released new footage showing precision FPV drone strikes on U.S. military assets inside Camp Victory, a key American base located near Baghdad International Airport.
We are watching the raw, unedited first-person perspective of a drone, a cheap, commercially available quadcopter modified into a harbinger of death, strolling freely, almost arrogantly, through what is unmistakably a U.S. airbase in Iraq. The video, which has now gone viral across Iranian state media and independent military analysts, shows this FPV drone cruising at low altitude, undetected, until it lines up its crosshairs with a radar system. The strike is surgical, precise. But the drone isn't done. It repositions, hunting, and then descends upon helicopters, one of 8 American rotorcraft that Iranian military sources confirm were destroyed in this single, devastating sortie. This is not the shock and awe of 2003. This is the era of the $500 kill shot, and the United States just learned that lesson the hard way in the skies over the Persian Gulf. This footage, authenticated by multiple Iranian news agencies, including Press TV and circulating widely on Tehran Times-affiliated channels, represents a terrifying evolution that military strategists have been warning about since the battlefields of Ukraine. For the past 4 years, we have watched the Russian and Ukrainian militaries bleed each other white, not with tanks, but with first-person view drones. In Ukraine, these machines have turned the front lines into a 15 to 25-kilometer kill zone, where any soldier caught in the open faces a near-certain death sentence. We have seen how a drone that costs less than a used laptop can destroy a Russian T-90 tank worth millions. how fiber optic variants that are immune to jamming have smothered frontline towns in webs of translucent cable.
And they talking about
how the
landing Marines on an island in Iran. If you land those Marines anywhere near Iran, Iran is going to send hundreds of drones to terrorize them like the Russians are doing. And it's going to be the end of those soldiers. They're not prepared. And how do you get prepared for this type of warfare? You have to lose tens of thousands of soldiers. I already said that, like the Russians and the Iranians, or like the Russians and Ukrainians have done. Ukraine have lost 1.5 million. Russia has lost 400,000 or 500,000. Is the U.S. ready for that?
the haunting
Iran
sound, the cry of a banshee, as one Australian volunteer described it, has become the soundtrack of modern attrition. What started as a hobbyist's toy in the hands of Ukraine's Aerorozvidka unit to halt a 40-mile convoy heading for Kyiv has now been perfected, scaled, and handed to Iran's most elite fighting forces. And now, the Islamic Republic has taken that Ukrainian playbook and is preparing to unleash it on the narrow straits and rocky islands of the Gulf.
The U.S. plan on getting in Abrams tanks and armored personnel carriers and whatever else the hell they got. Damn drones will blow those up. I seen it happen in Ukraine. I seen NATO armored personnel carriers and all of the Leopard tanks, the U.S. Abrams, the British Challenger. That shit was blown up with drones, bro. They're not going to be able to hide this from the Americans for too long because you're talking about sending them over there. Okay, watch what's going to happen. Watch what's going to happen.
Gulf. If you are watching this and you believe in honest journalism, if you want the truth about how the American war machine is being humbled by off-the-shelf technology, hit that like button right now. Share this video, drop a comment, even just a dot to push this truth past the algorithmic censorship. And if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel. We don't answer to corporate sponsors, we answer to the truth. Now let's talk about what this means for the strategic jewel of this conflict, Kharg Island. We need to understand the terrain. Kharg is a small, rocky outcrop just 15 nautical miles off the coast of Iran. It is not a lush paradise. It is a fortress of limestone and concrete, a narrow piece of land that handles 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. It is the economic jugular of the nation, but more importantly, it is a natural defensive position. The island's geography forces any invading force to funnel through narrow approaches. The Iranian military has spent decades digging into this island. They have honeycombed the hills with tunnels that store everything from anti-ship missiles to the very drones we just saw in that footage. They have learned the lessons of the Iran-Iraq War when the island was devastated by Saddam's air force.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
And they have rebuilt it, not just as an oil terminal, but as a layered, hardened defense in depth. When we talk about the defense of Kharg, we have to dismantle the Hollywood narrative of a beach landing. The Iranian military knows that the U.S. is watching. They know that CENTCOM has amphibious ships carrying up to 5,000 Marines, the 82nd Airborne is on standby, and the Pentagon is dusting off plans for forcible entry. But the Americans would first try to do what they always do: decimate from the air. They would come with B-2 bombers dropping bunker busters, with F-35s running combat air patrols, with Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from destroyers in the Gulf of Oman. The initial 48 hours of a U.S. assault on Kharg would look like the end of the world. Precision munitions striking command and control nodes, runways cratered, radar sites, like the one we just saw in the viral video, turned to scrap metal. They would try to degrade the Iranian military's ability to fight. But here is the fatal flaw in that strategy. And it's a flaw that the Pentagon brass, sitting in air-conditioned headquarters in Tampa, simply cannot seem to compute. You cannot degrade an FPV drone. It is not a tank. It is not a jet. You can blow up a runway, but a drone needs only a flat piece of ground to launch. You can jam GPS, but these new drones, as we have seen in Ukraine and now in Iran, are using fiber optic spools, unjammable, uninterceptable, controlled by a pilot with a video game controller sitting in a tunnel 20 miles away. The U.S. military, for all its technological supremacy, is designed to fight the last war. They are bringing a $2 billion fighter jet to a battlefield where the enemy is using a $500 explosive strapped to a plastic frame. So, imagine the landing. After days of bombardment, the U.S. Marines are told the island is softened. They load into their El-Kiasi hovercraft. They fly in their Ospreys. They attempt to establish a beachhead, but the terrain is against them. Kharg's coast is industrial. It is jetties and pipelines and narrow rocky shores. There is no wide sandy Omaha beach. As they approach, the first wave of defenders doesn't fire artillery. Artillery is too slow. Instead, from the tunnels and the rubble of the destroyed radar stations, the swarm emerges. The Iranian military, which has armed its soldiers to the teeth with these FPV drones, turns the airspace.
Imagine they got thousands of suicide fighters to where they kiss their families goodbye and they going on a mission. They want to die on a mission. That's what they want to do. They want to be picked for that type of shit. The U.S. have no idea what type of battle they got themselves into, bro. But they finna find out.
Over Kharg into a no-fly zone not for jets, but for helicopters. This is where the viral footage becomes the strategic reality. The U.S. Army relies on helicopters, Apaches, Blackhawks, Chinooks, for mobility. They are the backbone of the logistical supply chain for any ground invasion. But a helicopter is, in the age of the FPV drone, a coffin waiting to be opened. A helicopter is slow, it is loud, and it is filled with fuel and ammunition. In Ukraine, we saw Russian helicopters forced to stay miles behind the front lines because a single drone could dive into the rotor hub and bring down a multi-million-dollar machine. On Kharg, the Iranian pilots, and make no mistake, these are not just militiamen. These are trained professionals who have been wargaming this exact scenario for years, will treat the U.S. helicopter fleet like fish in a barrel. The viral video we saw of the 8 helicopters being destroyed is not a fluke. It is the opening act. And let's be clear about what happens after the helicopters are gone. If the Marines do manage to get boots on the rocks, they will find themselves in a hellish terrain. They will be fighting in narrow alleyways between oil tanks, in the darkness of underground fuel depots, against an enemy that doesn't need to peek their head out to kill them. Every corner will be booby-trapped by drones hovering in wait. The U.S. forces will have to bring with them massive electronic warfare suites to try to jam the frequencies. But as the Ukrainians discovered, jamming is a losing battle against fiber-optic drones. The Americans will have to bring their own drone hunters, their own counter-UAS systems. But on an island the size of Kharg, the calculus is simple. The defender has the advantage of interior lines and a stockpile of munitions that costs less to produce than the ammunition the U.S. Navy is using to shoot them down. This is the moment the Iranian analysts are talking about. This is the shift in the balance of power. While the U.S. is focused on taking a tiny island to reopen the strait, Iran is playing a much larger game. Iranian military spokesmen have already stated that U.S. military facilities in the UAE are now considered legitimate targets. We have already seen the UAE and Bahrain intercepting dozens of Iranian missiles and drones, with one report indicating that 1,175 Iranian UAVs were detected entering Emirati airspace. The gloves are off. The talk in Tehran, as reported by Fars News and echoed across Iranian media, is that a ground invasion of Kharg would be the casus belli to expand the war dramatically. If the Pentagon proceeds with this insanity, Iranian analysts are suggesting, and I am telling you, this is their official posture now, that Iran would have no choice but to take the fight to the coasts of the UAE and Bahrain. Think about that. The United States is threatening an island 15 miles off Iran's coast. If they land troops there, Iran is threatening to turn the entire southern Gulf into a war zone, striking the ports, the docks, and the hideouts that the U.S. military uses as forward operating bases. The American strategy of using the UAE as a sanctuary for its bombers and fighters would collapse overnight. Abu Dhabi and Dubai would become frontline cities. The desalination plants that provide drinking water to millions, the oil fields of Shaiba, the financial towers of Manama, All would be in the crosshairs of a nation that has just demonstrated it can fly its drones past the most sophisticated air defenses in the world. We are watching a fundamental reordering of power. The United States, under the reckless leadership of a man who thinks bombing is negotiation, is sleepwalking into a quagmire. They believe they are projecting power, but they are actually demonstrating obsolescence. The era of the carrier strike group dictating terms is ending. The era of the $500 drone, the fiber optic cable, and the unmatchable will of a dug-in defender has arrived. On Kharg Island, the Iranian military has turned the most vital piece of energy infrastructure in the region into a fortress of the future. It is not defended by million-dollar missile batteries alone. It is defended by a swarm. If you think the video of 8 helicopters being shot down was shocking, wait until the first amphibious assault vehicle hits the beach at Kharg. The Iranian military has shown its hand, and it is a winning hand built on the lessons of Ukrainian blood. The United States is walking into a trap, and if they trigger a ground invasion, they will find themselves not just fighting for an island, but fighting to keep their regional allies, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Rom, being consumed by the fire they started. This is the new face of war. It is terrifying. It is relentless, and it has just arrived at the gates of the Strait of Hormuz. Subscribe.
Authority. At Kuwait Airport, heavy fires and smoke rose into the sky after being hit by drones, which engulfed fuel tanks at the site. At least 2 drones hit a fuel tank and started a fire. At Kuwait International Airport, the Gulf country's Civil Aviation Authority said on Wednesday. Kuwaiti Defense Ministry acknowledged there was a fuel tank fire, which was being extinguished by firefighting teams, with footage circulating showing smoke in the area. But there was no verified confirmation of damage from a direct attack on airport facilities. Available information is limited and the situation is still developing, as authorities have not yet issued a detailed statement. Because, at this point, any puff of smoke near a sensitive location is immediately confirmed as an online attack, while the actual confirmation takes a little longer to appear. The mini-state of Kuwait is home to U.S. military bases, and local officials have complained of retaliation amid regional tensions. About 2 days ago, it is believed that the U.S. HIMARS rocket launcher system directly fired Atacm's missile from Kuwait towards Iran, in the southwestern province of Khuzestan, according to reports and accompanied by video. Previously, Iran had warned that this would be a red line, and they would respond harshly to Kuwait, a country that is part of the Gulf Cooperation Council. In addition, reports and videos emerged on Wednesday, March 25, showing a gas pipeline in Abadan, Basra, near Iraq-Iran border, being attacked with American HIMARS missiles, launched from Kuwait. Experts commented that Kuwait will face retaliation and the U.S. continues to disrupt the market, and they create instability and continue their profit-seeking actions. Kuwait not only provided bases, they allowed the U.S. to use their airspace to bomb Iran. They allowed America to use their territory to fire HIMARS missiles on Iran. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait funded the war, said Professor Mohammed Marandi. and U.S. Navy carrier-based fighter jet, F/A-18 Super Hornet, attempted an overt attack on Iran, but was met with advanced air defense missile fire on March 25, 2026. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps released footage, reporting that the fighter jet using an onboard cannon was seen along Iranian southern coastline and geolocated the attempted downing, specifically over the port of Chabahar. "We shot down an American F/A-18 in Chabahar, using the IRGC Navy's Advanced Air Defense Systems," said spokesman Qatam Al-Anbiya headquarters on Thursday. During the strike, the jet was hit by a heat-seeking missile, launched from a domestically manufactured man-portable air defense system, MANPADS, likely a Masa model launched from the shoulder. Several videos taken from different angles and by different individuals appear to confirm the incident. The jet was struck by the missile's high explosive fragmentation warhead, which exploded near the tail section, but failed to cause critical damage. The jet fled the area, but reportedly crashed into the sea. CENTCOM responded sharply, stating no U.S. aircraft were shot down by Iran. The U.S. has consistently denied any losses from Iranian fire, claiming its fighter jets controlled Iranian skies, a claim disputed throughout its ongoing war. After this visual, the U.S.'s sense of impunity will plummet, and this marks the fourth U.S.-Israeli strategic fighter jet shot down by Iran.
The new front line, Operation Promised Truth 4, has just entered a high-stakes new phase. As dawn broke on March 26th, the IRGC launched Wave 82, shifting its crosshairs directly onto the Occupied Territories Command. This isn't just another barrage. Tehran is now openly targeting the military control centers and the critical industries tied to nuclear infrastructure south of the Dead Sea. The rhetoric is as explosive as the warheads. In a chilling new message, IRGC Public Relations has placed the choice of escalation squarely on the West.
In continuation of this wave, targets in the heart of the occupied territories, including Tel Aviv, Kiryat Shmona, Bnei Brak, and the bases of the American terrorist army in Al-Udeid, Arifjan, Al-Azraq, and Sheikh Issa, were struck by precise, solid, and liquid fuel missile systems and suicide drones. Ahmad, Qiyam, Khorram Shahr 4, and Qadr missiles were launched multiple times, and by the grace of Almighty God, and under the rainfall of divine mercy, in the 81st wave of Operation True Promise 4, with the blessed code, Ya Bakir al-Ulum, peace be upon him, they successfully landed in more than 70 points across the occupied territories, including key areas such as Haifa, Dimona, and Hadera.
Ready to refresh your space for less? At Living Spaces, thoughtful design and direct sourcing keep prices low while quality stays high. Get the
This follows the devastation of Wave 81. Under the code Ya Bakir al-Ulum, a massive rainfall of Ahmad, Qiyam, and Khorramshahr 4 missiles successfully bypassed defense shields to land in more than 70 points. From the industrial hubs of Haifa and Hadera to the high-security Dimona region, the IRGC claims the era of media censorship hiding their impact-driven negotiations is over. But the most shocking claims involve direct clashes with US forces. In the skies over Chabahar, the IRGC Navy says it used a new air defense system to strike down an American F-18 Hornet. At sea, the stakes are even higher. Iran reports launching Qadr coastal cruise missiles at the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, claiming they forced the massive warship to abandon its position and retreat. The logistics of the US presence are being methodically dismantled. Wave 82 reportedly crippled the US Defense Logistics Site, KGL, and decimated the Patriot radar and P-8 spy plane hangars at Sheikh Issa. With satellite dishes at Ali al-Salem also in the crosshairs, Tehran is attempting to blind the American regional surveillance network. This is a coordinated multi-axis surge. In just 24 hours, the Axis of Resistance recorded a staggering 230 operations, a historical record. With Hezbollah claiming 87 strikes and Iraq 23, the IRGC's 110 attacks serve as the anchor. As the handwritten message on a drone in our footage says, the warriors of aerospace envy the sacrifice of the Basijis. The question now, how does the world respond to Wave 83? Israel woke up to chaos as Iran unleashed relentless missile barrages in broad daylight. Within just 2 hours, at least 5 waves of attacks targeted central Israel, Haifa, and the north. Sirens echoed across cities as explosions struck residential zones, forcing civilians into shelters. This was not a single strike. It was a sustained assault designed to overwhelm Israel's defenses. The worst scenes emerged from Kafr Qasim, where a powerful blast tore through homes and streets. Cars were overturned, buildings damaged, and civilians injured as emergency teams rushed to the site. First responders described complete devastation at ground zero. Even interceptions brought danger. Missile fragments from Israeli air defenses crashed into buildings in central Israel, triggering fires and panic. In Haifa and across the Galilee, fresh impacts were reported as new waves followed old ones. Civilians faced a dual threat: direct hits and falling debris from the skies. In the north, fear has become routine. Hezbollah rockets are striking Israeli towns alongside Iranian missiles, turning this into a multi-front war. Residents in Kiryat Shmona say life has become a cycle of alarms and shelter runs.
Every 10 minutes, there is alarm and we go to the shelter. Alarm and we go to the shelter.
There was a really big boom. We all woke up from this. A lot of police, a lot of noise.
Iran is now openly claiming responsibility and signaling escalation. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has struck Israeli cities, military command centers, and even US bases across the region in a coordinated operation.
In this operation, the command center of the Zionist regime's army in the north of the city of Safed, which is responsible for directing and commanding Zionist forces on the northern front of Palestine, was targeted. In continuation of this wave, targets in the heart of the occupied territories, including Tel Aviv, Kiryat Shmona, Bnei Brak, and the bases of the American terrorist army in Al-Udeid, Arifjan, Al-Azraq, and Sheikh Issa, were struck by precise solid and liquid fuel missile systems and suicide drones.
This is no longer a contained conflict. With repeated missile waves, drone intrusions, and Hezbollah attacks from Lebanon, Israel is under sustained multi-axis pressure. Analysts warn the strategy is clear: overwhelm defenses, stretch response systems, and break civilian morale. As the attacks intensify, the region stands on the edge of a wider war.
Hezbollah says it hit the Israeli Ministry of Defense in the heart of Tel Aviv. On the ground in southern Lebanon, 21 Merkava tanks burning. And Hezbollah's chief says negotiating under fire isn't diplomacy, it's surrender. Lebanon is not standing down, not even close. Hezbollah has launched what it described as one of its deepest strikes into Israel yet, claiming to have hit the Israeli Ministry of Defense headquarters in the heart of Tel Aviv. The Lebanese group said it fired specialized missiles at the Kiryat, the heavily fortified compound that houses the Israeli military's top command, and separately targeted a military intelligence directorate facility north of the city. Israel, as always, said the Hezbollah projectiles were successfully intercepted by its air defenses. Footage widely shared on social media claims to have recorded the exact moment when Hezbollah launched a qualitative missile strike against the Israeli Ministry of War headquarters, Kiryat, and the Dolphin Barracks, belonging to the Military Intelligence Division, north of Tel Aviv. The reported Tel Aviv strike came on a punishing day of ground combat in southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah reported multiple operations across Lebanese and Palestinian territories, reaching as far as 30 kilometers into Israeli-held ground. The group claimed 21 Merkava tanks, 3 D9 armored bulldozers, and 2 Humvees destroyed, alongside 42 bunkers and fortifications. 4 military bases and 4 barracks were also reportedly struck. A Lebanese journalist, reporting from Al-Taibeh, documented burning Israeli vehicles on the ground, with helicopters circling overhead as artillery and phosphorus shelling intensified. Israeli forces attempting to recover damaged equipment came under additional fire. She reported that gunfire was ongoing as Israeli helicopters hovered overhead, carrying out intense artillery and phosphorus shelling across the area following the strikes. Hezbollah said it conducted 87 operations on the same day, deploying rocket artillery, guided missiles, explosive drones, loitering munitions, and air defense systems, the last of which it used to engage both an Israeli helicopter and a fighter jet. Hezbollah stated that the operation resulted in the destruction of 10 Merkava tanks, adding that a similar attempt 2 days earlier from Taibeh toward Deir Syrian had also been thwarted, with 8 Merkava tanks destroyed. Meanwhile, Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem purportedly said on March 25th that negotiating with Israel under fire would amount to surrender for Lebanon, and urged the government to reverse its ban on the party's military activities.
When negotiations with the Israeli enemy are proposed under fire, this is an imposition of surrender. We reject the Lebanese president's initiative to start direct negotiations with an enemy that occupies our land and carries out daily attacks. I call on the Lebanese people to embrace national unity, and this could be achieved by the government reversing its decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities.
The escalation in Lebanon is unfolding against a far wider regional storm. Iran's largest cities came under air attack, according to state television, as the broader US-Israeli military campaign against Tehran continued. Iran's foreign minister said the same day that any ceasefire was pointless without firm guarantees, and that despite diplomatic contacts from across the region, no formal negotiations had taken place. What began as a conflict on Israel's northern border has, by almost any measure, grown into something considerably larger. Hezbollah says it intercepted an Israeli fighter jet over southern Lebanon, claiming its fighters forced the aircraft to turn back after targeting it with surface-to-air missiles during what the group described as a potential attack run. Israel has not responded to the claim and has neither confirmed nor denied that one of its aircraft was engaged. The claim came as fighting along the Lebanon front showed no sign of easing. Israel struck South Lebanon and Beirut's southern suburbs on March 25th, with Lebanese state media reporting artillery shelling across multiple locations in the south. An AFP correspondent on the ground described streets covered in debris, with an apartment building's upper floors visibly damaged after an early morning strike on Beirut's southern suburbs. Hezbollah, for its part, said its fighters targeted Israeli troops in the border towns of Naqoura and Qawza, as well as sites across the northern Israeli border, firing over 100 rockets. The IDF said ground troops in southern Lebanon had dismantled a weapons storage facility and several Hezbollah command centers, and that the Air Force had killed several militants during the operations. Lebanon has now seen more than 1,000 people killed and over 1 million displaced since the latest round of fighting began on March 2nd. Meanwhile, Israel has invited international criticism for its actions in Lebanon. Canada's Foreign Ministry on March 24th condemned Israeli plans to occupy southern Lebanon up to the Litani River, stressing that Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity must not be violated. Tensions across the Israel-Lebanon front have escalated sharply, with a fresh wave of coordinated strikes and counter-operations signaling a widening regional confrontation. According to Israeli media and Hezbollah-linked Telegram channels, Hezbollah launched around 30 projectiles towards northern Israel within the span of an hour. Air raid sirens were triggered across multiple locations, including the city of Safed, underscoring the intensity and immediacy of the barrage. Hezbollah claimed responsibility for the targeted rocket attacks early on March 25th, stating that its fighters struck the Berea barracks and an Israeli artillery position in the Dishon settlement, describing the strikes as part of its defense of Lebanon and its people and many other Israeli locations. The escalation was further amplified by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which announced the launch of the 80th wave of its ongoing campaign, Operation True Promise 4. The IRGC said it deployed a mix of ballistic missiles and attack drones, targeting what it described as strategic military sites across northern Israel. In its statement, the IRGC claimed that key Israeli military infrastructure, including the Northern Command in Safed, had been directly hit. It also asserted that strikes extended deeper into Israeli territory, naming Tel Aviv, Kiryat Shmona, and Bnei Brak among the targets. Beyond Israel, the group said US military bases in Ali al-Salem, Arif Jan, Al-Azraq, and Sheikh Issa were also targeted.
Strategic points and military centers located in the northern lands of occupied Palestine were struck in the heavy and continuous assault of the aerospace force of the Revolutionary Guard in the 80th wave of True Promise 4, with the blessed code Ya Shadid al-Quwa, in support of the pride-inspiring attacks of the Islamic resistance of Hezbollah in Lebanon and the oppressed people of southern Lebanon.
The IRGC added that the latest wave followed a previous round of strikes targeting satellite reception stations in al-Rashrash, also known as Eilat, which it said were used by Israeli forces. It maintained that all designated targets were hit with precision using long and medium-range missiles alongside drones. At the same time, the IDF reported continued operations in southern Lebanon. Israeli troops said they had dismantled Hezbollah weapons storage facilities and command centers, while also eliminating several fighters identified near operational zones.
IDF troops continue in their targeted ground operation in southern Lebanon in order to enhance the forward defensive posture and defend the communities on the northern border.
Meanwhile, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz indicated that Israel intends to expand its military footprint in southern Lebanon. Katz confirmed that 5 bridges along the Litani River, approximately 30 kilometers from the border, had been destroyed to disrupt Hezbollah's movement and logistics. Katz said Israeli forces would establish a security zone, with displaced residents barred from returning until northern Israel is deemed safe. The strategy, he noted, mirrors operations carried out in Rafah and Beit Hanun in Gaza. The human cost continues to mount. According to Lebanese health authorities, more than 1,072 people have been killed, including at least 121 children and 42 health workers. Over 1 million have been displaced, deepening an already severe humanitarian crisis.
Style designs for use over Ukraine. Israel's strike has exposed what officials call a hidden Russia-Iran weapons lifeline. Western spies say Putin is now quietly feeding Iran attack drones as the US-Iran war expands. The Moscow-Tehran axis is hardening, with drones, supplies, and targeting intel funneled straight into Iran. Russian-linked drones may now be driving Iran's attacks on US forces and Israeli assets across the region. Amid the escalating US-Iran war, Western intelligence says Russia is now quietly shipping drones to Tehran. Reports in the Financial Times say Moscow is close to finishing phased deliveries of drones and medical supplies to Iran this month. Officials say the shipments began in early March and are scheduled to be completed by the end of March. Sources add that senior Iranian and Russian officials discussed these deliveries in secret after US-Israeli strikes on Iran. Western intelligence also believes Russia is supplying Iran with satellite imagery, targeting data, and other battlefield intel to support its war effort. Iran has turned so-called kamikaze one-way attack drones into a core part of its war strategy, launching thousands of them at US and allied targets since late February. Remember, Russia has already been producing its own drones based on Iranian Shahid-style designs for use over Ukraine, effectively cloning and upgrading Tehran's blueprints. Moscow is reported to have modified these designs to carry heavier explosive payloads, making each drone strike potentially more destructive. Analysts say if Iran can quickly absorb this Russian technology, it could dramatically increase the punch and range of its own drone swarms on the battlefield. Tehran has also asked Moscow for more air defense support, and agreed in December to receive Russian 9M336 short-range air defense missiles for its systems. However, Russia has reportedly declined to give Iran the more powerful S-400 long-range air defense system, likely to avoid provoking even harsher confrontation with Washington. Last year, Iran and Russia signed a strategic partnership agreement that expands military and economic cooperation, but stops short of any formal mutual defense pledge. For its part, the Kremlin has publicly dismissed many Western media reports about its military support to Iran as fake, insisting Moscow is being misrepresented. Dmitry Peskov said, and I quote, "There are a lot of fakes going around right now. One thing is true, we are continuing our dialogue with the Iranian leadership," unquote. The Wall Street Journal reports that recent Israeli airstrikes have damaged an Iranian naval headquarters on the Caspian Sea, hitting facilities at the key port of Bandar Anzali. According to the same report, this Caspian Sea corridor was allegedly being used as a covert route for Russia to ship weapons and other military supplies to Tehran. On March 24th, the Kremlin also issued a veiled warning over any further attacks linked to the Caspian Sea. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russia would react extremely negatively if the war spilled into the Caspian region.
We record a whole range of contradictory statements from all sides, US and Iranian. Some contradict others, and we do not know what the situation actually is. As for Iran's openness to peaceful negotiations, Iran has demonstrated this in practice. In fact, until the very last minute, until the outbreak of hostilities, until the moment of the first strike against Iran, Tehran remained open to continuing negotiations, and those talks were, in fact, making fairly good progress. How, in principle, would Russia view an escalation of the situation into the Caspian region? Russia would view it extremely negatively, first of all. But as for these specific reports about an allegedly Israeli strike on boats in the Caspian Sea, we have not heard them, and, frankly, I do not have any information on this matter.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
On March 18th, Israel carried out a wave of strikes on a naval outpost in the Caspian Sea. Israel initially said the Caspian Sea attack had targeted only Iranian military assets. The IDF said it struck an Iranian Navy corvette, for missile boats, other vessels, and a command center. This marked the first time Israel had attacked Iran in the Caspian Sea during the conflict. But Israel did not answer questions about whether it had also hit Russia's supply route, the Wall Street Journal reported. Reports said Netanyahu remains cautious about Vladimir Putin and wants to preserve working ties with Moscow. Meanwhile, the Kremlin also questioned Donald Trump's claims that peace talks with Iran were underway. The Kremlin said Iran had not informed Moscow of any 15-point peace proposal from Washington. Russia also pointed to conflicting US statements, including over Ukraine, as grounds to doubt claims about active peace negotiations. There have been reports that the US has allegedly handed over a 15-point draft peace plan to Iran. In particular, this was reported in the New York Times newspaper, which states, among other things, that the US is prepared to actively support the development of Iran's civilian nuclear program, and specifically the operation of the Bushehr nuclear power plant. Given the strategic nature of the partnership between the two countries, did the Iranian side pass on information to Russia regarding such a document received from the Americans? What is Russia's view on US involvement in the Bushehr nuclear power plant?
No, our Iranian friends have not shared this sort of information with us. That's first. Second, we do not know how reliable all these reports are. Recall the mess surrounding the plans, with varying numbers of points being cited in relation to the Ukrainian settlement. At present, there are, shall we say, many parallels that can be drawn with such publications. We do not know how reliable they are. We do not know at all whether this corresponds to reality or not. Lots and lots of current information is absolute lies. Until there is some confirmation from official sources, it is impossible to make any conclusions.
Well, my dear truth seekers, watching the strange behavior of Donald Trump, it seems that the 47th President of the United States lives in an alternate reality. where Iran has already admitted defeat and is ready to sign an act of surrender. So, on March 25, talking to American journalists, Donald Trump reiterated that the United States had defeated Iran, and that Tehran wanted to make a deal with Washington. According to Trump, Iran allegedly recognized the enormous successes of the United States in the war, and the futility of further resistance. Against this backdrop, according to Trump, Iran has completely abandoned plans to build nuclear weapons, and is ready to accept all of Washington's conditions. Trump claims that the United States has actually changed the current regime in Iran, and that at the moment, the U.S. President's Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Vice President J.D. Vance are allegedly negotiating with the right people from Iran. It is noteworthy that immediately after that, Tehran officially declared once again that Iran is not conducting any negotiations with the United States, and that all of Donald Trump's statements are blatant lies. At the same time, Iran stressed that the Israeli media and sources actively disseminate fake information that Tehran and Washington are allegedly negotiating. Furthermore, representatives of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps also commented on Trump's statements about the ongoing negotiations between Iran and the United States. According to them, currently, Iran is not conducting any negotiations with the United States. At the same time, the Iranian military department noted that the Trump administration, with the help of Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan, is literally begging Iran to establish contact between Tehran and Washington. Against this backdrop, on the morning of March 25, the IRGC made a rather harsh statement towards the United States. In particular, the Iranian military called the United States the losing side, and said that Trump is negotiating with himself. Stop calling your humiliating defeat a deal. You've reached the point where you're negotiating with yourself. People like us will never compromise with people like you. Not now, and never, the Iranian military said. Moreover, immediately after that, the IRGC also announced that the United States would no longer see the same prices for gas and oil. Simply put, Tehran makes it clear that any attempts to put pressure on Iran through the economy and markets will have long-term consequences that will hit the very initiators of the sanctions policy in the United States. Well, my friends, Iran's actions are really worthy of respect. The fact is that after the collapse of the USSR, the United States had been achieving its goals in the international arena solely with the help of multi-million-dollar bribes, color revolutions, and military force. However, in the case of Iran, the United States was faced with an unusual situation for itself. Washington has failed to bring Iran to its knees not only through bribes and a coup d'etat, but even through military force. As for the maniacal desire of the United States to establish contacts with Iran through intermediaries to start the negotiation process between Washington and Tehran, I am absolutely sure that this is another trap for the Iranians, so that the US-Israeli coalition can deliver a decisive blow. My dear truth seekers, do not forget that the United States deceived Iran twice during the negotiation process on the nuclear deal. The United States inflicted the most painful blows on Iran precisely during the negotiation processes. And now, when Washington is deploying thousands of soldiers of the 82nd Airborne Division of the U.S. Army to the Middle East, and at the same time, asking Iran to start a new round of negotiations, all this really looks very suspicious. My friends, you must understand that the 82nd Airborne Division is not just one of the U.S. Army's airborne formations. The fact is that the Pentagon uses this division only in the hottest areas of the front, exclusively for offensive operations, primarily to capture certain bridgeheads. Over the past decade, the 82nd Airborne Division has proved itself in northeastern Syria, during the seizure of oil fields. And also in Iraq, in operations to seize key transport infrastructure facilities. Thus, it becomes clear that the Pentagon sent this division to the Middle East for a reason. It is obvious that the United States is preparing a ground operation to capture one of the Iranian islands in the Persian Gulf. Against this backdrop, the United States needs negotiations with Tehran solely to lull the Iranians. By the way, it seems that the Iranian generals are also well aware of this. In particular, on the morning of March 26, the Iranian Defense Ministry officially announced that if the United States dares to launch a ground operation against Iran, the Iranian armed forces will seize the coastline of the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. In addition, Iran promises to mine the entire Persian Gulf, as a result of which the Strait of Hormuz will be completely paralyzed. At the same time, Tehran has confirmed that it will leave untouched a narrow corridor that can only be used by ships of countries friendly to Iran. In particular, we are talking about Russia, China, India, Iraq, and Pakistan. It is noteworthy that right after that, the IRGC launched a missile attack on the Oret Rabin power plant, located near the Israeli city of Hadara. This power plant is Israel's largest energy facility. Furthermore, on the same day, the IRGC also announced the downing of another American fighter jet. This time, we are talking about the U.S. Navy F/A-18E Super Hornet. It is noteworthy that the witnesses managed to capture on video the moment when an Iranian anti-aircraft missile hit this American fighter jet. The footage shows how an anti-aircraft missile hits the tail section of an American warplane. However, Iran's successes did not end there. So, on March 26, the Iranian Intelligence Ministry officially announced a successful operation in the provinces of Balochistan and Sistan against terrorist groups. The official statement says that 39 people, who worked for the American CIA and the Israeli Mossad, were detained during this operation. It is reported that these American and Israeli spies were trying to create an operational core to destabilize the situation in Iran. It is reliably known that during the search of the lair of these spies, the Iranian Special Services found 7 Starlink satellite communication devices, dozens of small arms, homemade bombs, and many fake passports of Gulf states. Thus, the American CIA and the Israeli Mossad lost another spy cell in Iran.
So easy. There's a lot to learn, but each video is short so that you don't get overloaded with info. And it's not.
Government engages in preemptive war, otherwise known as aggression, with no
of social media fundraising to $1 million to kidnap me. And I've complained to Twitter, and so have apparently many, many thousands of others. But Twitter refuses to remove it. And of course, by kidnapping, it implies torture and murder, ultimately. I, of course, am not going to be intimidated, but I think it does expose a great deal about the workings of social media companies in the United States.
Who would be behind this? The Israelis, the Americans, or both? I mean, you're an American. You're an American citizen. You were born in Virginia, USA.
Well, I was born in the United States, but I think when it comes to opposing U.S. policy and the U.S. empire, no one gets a free pass. So from what I hear, and I have not really pursued this, it's a shadowy Israeli Zionist Ukrainian organization. Schools, they bomb ambulances, they bomb family cars. A young boy just died a couple of hours ago. He was the last remaining person in the family car. His parents and his siblings were all killed, and he died a couple of hours ago. So this is, so I have no expectations. But, Judge, all these people on the streets across the country supporting the armed forces and the state and the leader, and I'm sure you've seen footage of it, when the US and the Israelis fire missiles at them, and I was at one huge gathering where that happened, people stood their ground. No one budged, even though people were killed. In the rally that I was at, a woman was murdered by the missiles, but no one moved. And when 16-year-old teenagers don't budge, and whereas they could have gone home and do what teenagers do, I don't have the right to back down.
Well, what is life like in Tehran today? Do students go to school? Do the government services work? Do people do shopping? Do they live their lives with any semblance of normality, notwithstanding what's coming down from the skies?
Well, when the war started, it was the holy month of Ramadan. So most people were fasting, and it was approaching the new year. So because the Iranian New Year is on the first day of spring, we call it Nowruz. It's a very ancient celebration. And so during the last weeks of the old year, during Ramadan, people were shopping because people usually do that. But since the war started, a lot of people left Tehran. When they bombed the elementary school and killed all those kids, the government shut down schools and universities. So most people left Tehran, or at least a large number of people left Tehran, and the government encouraged it. After the new year, what happens always is that Tehran is empty. So Tehran is sort of like what it was during the last 2-3 weeks of Ramadan and at the beginning of the war, because people go for vacation. So it's still a quiet city. I mean, if you go out, there's some shops that are open, there is some traffic, but not heavy traffic, and not all that many shops are open. But outside of Tehran, I don't know. I mean, usually people during this holiday, they go to different cities. So some cities are usually very crowded. Esfahan, which is a very old city and a very beautiful city, they usually have many people visiting for the new year, but it's been severely bombed during the past few days. So I don't know what's going on much outside of Tehran, but in Tehran, it's somewhat quiet. But within 8 or 9 days or 10 days, it should get, I mean, the government will open up. Normally schools will open, shops will open. So we'll have to see what happens in about 10 days from now.
Is there any dispute but that the Americans and Israelis are targeting civilians and known civilian sites and structures?
No, not at all. I mean, many hospitals have been hit. Many apartment blocks have been hit. 2-3 days ago, a professor at one of the prestigious universities in Tehran, he and his entire family and his neighbors were all murdered in an airstrike that's not all that far away from where I live. So strikes on ambulances. They're bombing marketplaces in Esfahan. They bomb parking lots for the city in order to destroy the capability, for example, for garbage trucks to function in the city. They went and bombed the garbage trucks. They try to destroy everything that is necessary for civil society to function.
Everything that is necessary for civil society to function. What is the attitude of the Iranian people? You know, the Americans and the Israelis had this crazy idea that once they started the bombing and killed the Ayatollah, the former Ayatollah, the one they did kill, the Iranians would rise up and chaos would ensue and would overthrow the government. Hasn't pretty much the opposite of that happened? Hasn't what the Israelis and the Americans have been doing hardened the resilience and the determination and the unity and the loyalty of the Iranian people?
You know, Judge, I've been saying this for a very long time. I said, when war starts, this is what's going to happen. And everything that I said was true, turned out to be true. And I'm not brilliant. I think it was clear what was going to happen. But they would always say this is, I think Piers Morgan said hot air to me. But the fact is that I've always also been saying that the Islamic Republic of Iran has a high degree of support among the population and a high degree of popular legitimacy. It's always been that way. And the West, in the West, the mainstream political apparatus and mainstream media, they don't want to hear this. They want to believe their narrative that the so-called regime, as they like to call it, is unpopular. And that helps them convince themselves that if they engage in war, it will be quick and easy. And since all of their assumptions were wrong in the first place, now they're stuck. If they had listened, we wouldn't have this war. Wow. And today, this strong amount of legitimacy has even increased. And many of those young kids who are influenced by Western narratives about Iran and about the West, and who were opposed to the state or support, had sympathy for the West, they've changed their views because they are witnessing the destruction of their cities, of the deaths of their neighbors or people in their neighborhood. They see how little kids are terrorized and fear of dying, and their parents cannot calm them down often. This has created an awakening among Iranians that I personally think, I cannot give a scientific answer to you, but I personally think it's even more it's more powerful than the first years of the revolution.
Wow.
Why? Because I see it on the streets. You see people in huge numbers across the country every night on the streets, huge crowd, and under airstrikes, missile strikes, they don't budge. It's extraordinary. The front lines are no longer on the borders. The front lines are in the cities, and the people simply won't stand down. It's stunning. It's extraordinary.
Is there freedom to dissent?
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Canopy.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it's
There always has been freedom to dissent, Judge. I've taught at the University of Tehran. My own faculty and perhaps my own department is usually among the most Western-oriented I would say at the University of Tehran. I shouldn't say the country. I haven't been outside of the University of Tehran. Because all of my students are very fluent in English. They grow up with English. They usually have at least lived abroad or since childhood been going to private classes. Some of them are more fluent in English than I. And you always have discussions in class. You always have I've had students who would say that that Iran is a police state worse than North Korea in class, and I would say, and then next week whenever he'd ask a question, I may have said this on your show once, but whenever he'd ask a question, I'd say, "Oh, they haven't arrested you yet?" I told them to arrest you. So till the end of the semester, every time the poor kid could raise a question, I'd say, "Oh my God, I think they arrested someone else," and by mistake. I gave them your name, but I think they took someone else. I mean, and everyone would laugh. He would laugh.
Right.
This is, I mean, we have mutual friends who've been to Iran. Max has been to Iran. Others have been to Iran. But the Western narrative doesn't listen to reality. They have this narrative, and no matter how many people come and visit Iran and go out, and no matter how credible they are, and they tell the truth, or at least they honestly report what they see in Iran, it doesn't change anything, because this Epstein class both controls the state, it controls the media, and therefore dissent is not the place where real dissent doesn't exist is in the Western media. It doesn't matter if it's the Guardian or whether it's it's Fox News. When it comes to Iran, there is a strong amount of consent, and that is that we are the bad guys and they're the good guys. The only difference is that whether they should bomb us or not.
Well, we are, of course, in the alternate media doing our best to present the view from you, your eyes and ears on the ground. And my regular guests, many of whom are friends of yours as well as mine, deeply admire your courage and willingness to talk to us. Are Iranian officials negotiating with American officials as we speak? Are these negotiations going on, or are President Trump's statements a ploy to manipulate the markets?
The statements are there to manipulate the markets. That's it basically, and to buy time. There is talk. I think that there's a high chance that there will be an assault on Iranian territory within the next few days. There is also talk that the United States may actually go to Oman and to the other side of the Strait of Hormuz, which in either case is not going to make a difference. The Iranians will not allow any ship to pass through the Strait of Hormuz that is in any way or form affiliated with hostile actors. And those hostile actors are, of course, US allies, whether they're in the Persian Gulf or elsewhere. But Trump is definitely not negotiating. The US sent a proposal through Pakistan, and that happens all the time. I mean, we've had messages go back and forth between Iran and the United States. They've been going back and forth for decades. So this is nothing extraordinary. The Iranians have not responded. They don't accept this proposal at all. And the Iranians are not planning to negotiate. And they put out their conditions for peace, because ultimately, at some point, there will have to be an end to hostilities. But Iran has conditions, and there has to be change on the ground. No longer will Iran tolerate the Persian Gulf to be a platform to carry out aggression against Iran. There has to be reparations, and those countries in the Persian Gulf will be forced to pay out, and Iran's allies across the region must be safe. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz, its status will change after the war. So in general, what is happening is that Trump is buying time, trying to calm the markets. But I think people are beginning to recognize that, because he's talking so much and seems so desperate that it's becoming more and more obvious. But it's quite possible that the tensions the violence could get a lot worse in the coming days.
Do you expect a ground invasion with American troops on the ground somewhere in either the Kharg Island or the Strait of Hormuz? I realize they're not near each other, but in either of those two areas?
The Iranians are assuming that is definitely going to happen, and they are prepared for battle. They've been preparing for decades, Judge. Ever since 9/11, the Iranians have been preparing themselves for what they deem to be an inevitable war. The ultimate target for the United States has always been Iran, in order to gain full control of the region and for the Israeli regime to be able to expand and to destroy the Palestinian nation. So they've been building defense capabilities for almost 2.5 decades, even more, but especially after 9/11. And the Iranians, it's not just missiles and drones. It is an underground navy. The navy is in tunnels alongside the Persian Gulf, speedboats, and the Gulf of Oman. Iran's air force, Iran's air defenses, they are underground and well protected. And but ultimately, the defense of the shore and defense of territory, they've been thinking about that for decades too. This is not a war that Trump can win. It is only going to make things worse. And escalation will bring further destruction to the key assets, oil and gas and otherwise, in those Arab family regimes in the Persian Gulf that are hosting US bases. So it is only going to make the energy crisis worse, and it could make it permanent, because if everything is destroyed, then it doesn't matter if the Strait of Hormuz is ultimately opened as a result of some agreement or not. If there's no oil and no tankers, no LNG and no fertilizer, then the Strait of Hormuz really isn't that important.
Right. Why would the Iranians bother to negotiate with the Americans? For two reasons. One, the negotiations were a subterfuge back in June, 8 months ago, and back in January, 2 months ago. And two, the Israelis, with the Americans pretending they don't know anything about it, have killed the negotiators.
Yes, and it's even worse than that. The JCPOA, the nuclear deal that was signed in 2015, Obama violated it, but Trump tore it up. And that was and then we had, of course, as you rightly pointed out, the negotiations that took place 8-9 months ago, and it was Americans were and Trump was secretly conspiring to wage a war. And then it happened again, even as the Omani foreign minister was saying that a significant progress. The Iranians want to make sure that the facts on the ground change. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Trump stood down and or he was removed, and then the vice president becomes president, the facts on the ground have to change. Iran will not allow the previous status quo to remain. Iran it will ensure that in the decades to come, the UAE cannot host aggression against Iran, the Saudi Arabia, because they're all in this war. The Emirates and Saudi Arabia and Qatar are actually helping fund the war.
Wow.
But all of these countries host US forces, US bases. They fly over their territory. They use their air bases, like in Saudi Arabia and in Jordan, and they fire missiles from HIMARS missiles from their territory, and not from inside the bases, from outside the bases. And US forces are now in hotels and different parts because the bases are all being destroyed. So they moved them into residential neighborhoods, but Iran will not let that continue.
Wow. How severely is Iran planning to attack and damage the Israeli government facilities inside of Israel?
Well, there's a huge amount of censorship in Israel, but right now the regime is being struck heavily by Iran. We're hearing that the missile air defenses are no longer working. They were never very effective, and they usually cost more than the damage done at times. But now the Iranian missiles are getting through very easily, and also Hezbollah missiles are getting through. And so the regime is being hit both from the north and from Iran. And until there is a settlement that is acceptable for Iran and its allies across the region, this will continue. But again, the Israeli regime brought this upon itself, and it brought this upon the American people. I think it's very clear that everything that you've been saying, and I've been saying, and your guests have been saying, has been stated by former Trump officials. Joe Kent, his resignation letter and his subsequent interviews stated exactly what we've been saying, that the Israeli regime was behind this, the Zionist lobby was behind this. So the American people are going to suffer economic consequences, and people across the globe, in India, in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America, because of the Israeli regime. There was no threat to the United States. There was no move by Iran towards a nuclear weapon. Everything that he said is what we all knew for a very long time, but now it's coming out from the centers of power.
Professor Mohammed Marandi, I can't thank you enough. I know we are personal friends as well as professional collaborators, but your courage is truly, truly outstanding. Stay well. Please.
Pepe, with the current situation of the war, of the conflict in the Middle East, it's a war that is escalating. And one of the main problems right now is what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. One of the main reasons that you see in the United States, they're talking about the invasion of Iran, going to some islands close to the Strait of Hormuz. You've been there, you know the region.
Yes.
And here is a clip of you passing over the Strait of Hormuz. Do you want me to play it right now? You want to say something?
Yes, please. Please, Nima, allow me 30 seconds to explain the context to you and to our audience. This was during May last year when we were shooting our documentary on the North-South Transportation Corridor, Russia, Iran, India. And this clip you're going to see, it was released only, 2 hours ago by Press TV. This is when I was flying over the Strait of Hormuz. You're going to see Hormuz Island down there before we arrived at the port of Chabahar. Extremely important. It's so important that a few days ago it was bombed by the Americans. So this clip gives you an idea about the Strait of Hormuz, 20% of global oil that transits through it, a little bit of the geography, and arriving in Chabahar, which is the big port in Sistan, Balochistan, quite close to the Iran-Pakistani border. Very important. And there's obviously a lot of spin concerning the possibility of an American landing in Sistan, Balochistan, not far from Chabahar, which, if would be the case, it's an absolute suicidal mission. I don't think it's going to happen. But there's a lot of rumors about it in Pakistan, in the Gulf, in Iran as well. But you can consider this absurd. We're going to talk about this later on. Thank you, Nima.
Yeah. Here is the clip, Pepe.
Okay,
the southern sky was bright, not with light, but with a hidden possibility. Down below, where the sea narrows and the paths of oil and politics merge, geography is no longer a map. It's an equation. Every day, 1/5 of the world's oil flows silently go through this strait. But nothing here is truly silent. The winds from Oman carry the hum of tankers, and from above, I watched as power moved across the water. We were headed to Chabahar, a remote point, now standing at the center of tomorrow's game.
Yeah, it's a very short clip, of course, and in the documentary, please, very simple, all of you, go to the Press TV website, presstv.ir. You click on documentaries, is over there, right in front of you. 1-hour documentary in detail explaining everything about the corridor. And obviously, you're going to see a lot about Bandar Abbas, Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, cargo movement, the port of Chabahar, and of course, how trade in the Persian Gulf and beyond works.
Pepe, let me bring in a deeper question, which was mentioned in your recent piece on Sputnik. And this article is that new world busy, being born, and while old one is busy dying. And what is your point? What are you trying to mention in this article?
Well, to start with, a technical problem. This is a direct reference to lyrics in one of Bob Dylan's most important songs, It's All Right, Ma, I'm Only Bleeding, where there is this absolutely outstanding verse. He's not busy being born, he's busy dying. And I adapted to the new order, the old order, to quote Gramsci, not yet dead, but in fact is dying fast. And the new one, which is not being born yet, but is actually busy being born as we speak. And at the center of this new order being born, the Strait of Hormuz. It's not by accident that a guy who manages $14 trillion, this is the man that manages the biggest amount of funds in the history of humanity. And this is not hyperbolic. Larry Fink from BlackRock. He gave an interview to the BBC where the breakdown essentially is, there are only two outcomes. And he was referring, without getting into details, to the Strait of Hormuz, to how the Strait of Hormuz is going to operate from now on. So his two outcomes. At the end, which is not going to be the end, it's going to be the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end. We're going to have oil at $40 a barrel, or we're going to have oil at $150 a barrel. And if that happens, option number two, he said it, bluntly, straight to the point. It's going to be a global recession. So where we are now, we are not going towards option number one. We are fast advancing towards option number two, because oil is now over 100. It's not coming down. It's between 100 and 110. Depending on what happens this weekend, it could get easily to 120, assuming there is this enormous blah, blah, blah of a ground invasion with 4,000 Marines, which is a joke in itself. So the global recession has already started, by the way. So Fink, of course, because he's always hedging. Don't forget, this guy is managing fortunes that people cannot even quantify. So he has to hedge. But he knows deep inside, and he looked positively glum in this interview, that we are going towards option number two, oil at 150 a barrel. And of course, this is on top of what did not happen during this week. We are talking on Thursday, right, Nima? Yeah. You remember that on Monday, the famous ultimatum was cut off by Neo Caligula himself, because he looked at the numbers and he freaked out. And the numbers were the price of oil and, of course, the numbers in the bond market. The bond market was going over 5%, back to 4.5, and then back to 5. He was freaking out because one of the few things that he may know, or at least he has some idiots around him like Lutnick to tell him, look, at 5%, the 10-year yield on U.S. Treasury bonds, we cannot sustain anything. We cannot pay anything. We collapse. So we are getting there still, because the yield continued to grow after people found out that his blah, blah, blah was fake. And this 5-year postponing was essentially to buy time to maybe engineer this whatever ground invasion. That they have a few scenarios for a possible ground invasion, all of them cataclysmic for the invading forces. So this is where we are at the moment. And once again, everything in the whole planet now turns around what happens in the Strait of Hormuz.
I think one of the immediate reactions on the part of Iranians would be not only attack on the island that they're trying to capture, they're trying to invade, but also on UAE. We've seen how Alibov, the Speaker of Parliament in Iran, he said, we have information that one of these Arab states is cooperating with the United States to invade Iran. And that could be totally devastating for them. Your take on that?
It's my next column. I already started writing it, Nima. This one is probably published tomorrow. And I started writing about Pakistan as the mediator, as the chosen mediator, if of course, a meeting would take place in Islamabad. This was the scenario in the beginning of the week. Okay, we're going to have maybe a meeting in Islamabad by the end of the week, and it will be between J.D. Vance and Ghalibaf. So this lasted probably not more than a day and a half maximum. Because the previous idea was they got rid of Mut and Jeff, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, Dumb and Dumber, Witkoff and Kushner. These idiots could not even read the proposal translated by very able Omani diplomats, written in Farsi. The Omani diplomats translated into English, handed it to Witkoff and Kushner, and these idiots could not even understand, Nima, what Iran was proposing, which was very, very generous. Anyway, so the Iranians might talk to J.D. Vance. And then, of course, Arakshi, Ghalibaf himself, everybody said, we're not going to talk to anybody because they know our list. We passed our list through the usual intermediaries, mostly Oman, Pakistan as well. And, of course, it's absolutely incompatible with the absolutely stupid 15-point plan by the Americans. So obviously there is no possibility of any negotiation. The problem is now that after the whole thing collapsed, and it's more or less certain that probably during this weekend, there's going to be an attempt at least to establish a bridge. It won't be a ground invasion. You cannot do a ground invasion with 4,000 Marines. That's a joke. Even with all the air support that they're going to get. Maybe they will try to establish a bridge. And there are three major candidates. The number one candidate, the way I see it, is the little Kharg Island. It's going to be very, very difficult. Why Kharg Island? Because this is where the IRGC Navy, with binoculars, they can control visually and physically the tankers who paid the toll to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and they navigate very close to this little island. It's to the right of Kashim. Kashim is much, much bigger. So just to give an idea to all of you.
Here is Kharg.
Here's that. Excellent. This is so Kashim is to the Kashim is Kashim is much, much bigger.
Yeah.
Exactly. Kashim, to give an idea to all of you, it's bigger than Okinawa.
This one is Hormuz, which you mentioned just at the beginning of this.
Because when the footage that you saw in the documentary, my plane took off from Bandar Abbas, so we were flying over here to the right of Hormuz Island. In fact, I flew over here between Hormuz, Kharg, and Kashim, and then he turns around and we arrived in Chabahar over here.
Yeah, this is Kashim. Yeah.
This is Caspian. Exactly. So Caspian is absolutely impossible. Just to give an idea to all of you, in the Second World War, Okinawa, it took the Americans, if I'm not mistaken, lost at least 12,000 soldiers to take Okinawa. It took them 3 months to take Okinawa, and they sent a lot of people. So multiply that with the size of Caspian, and you see that it's out of the question. So at best, if they were, I would say, the luckiest ever for all pantheons of gods available, they could establish a bridgehead in Larak. But Larak is extremely well protected, and the US and the IRGC Navy is there. It's heavily fortified, heavily protected, with batteries of missiles everywhere, etc. So this would be possibility number one. Caspian, very hard. And the third one, which is a diversionist tactic, Kharg. But Kharg is very, very far away. It's way to the west of the Strait of Hormuz.
Just to understand it, let me go to the...
You can show Kharg, exactly. Yeah, it's still further west. Kharg is here, exactly. Kharg is here. It's extremely far away from Hormuz.
It's here, and you have to go. It's just impossible. They don't want to.
No, they don't. And if, for instance, if they land in Kuwait and they try to cross to Kharg, wow, they're gonna be sitting ducks for batteries of missiles as well. Completely absurd. So it's not gonna work.
It's almost impossible, going in that direction.
You're right.
So
tell me, Ima, do you agree that Larak is probably the number one target at the moment?
It could be, but yeah. But I literally think about this island here, the old Caspian, here.
Okay.
They may be closer to the, to the Caspian island, and then they are closer to. I think this island could be one of them, but
but they still have to go to Caspian, and Caspian is very well protected. It still doesn't
exactly.
Still doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And they're not going to achieve anything if they go there, Pepe, because it's not just about going there, sustaining the situation, fighting back. Yeah.
And coming back to the other key point that you just mentioned, the role of the UAE. This is extremely serious, because now we know not only the IRGC, but the best strategic analysts in Tehran, they are reviewing everything that the UAE did, even before the war, what they have done these past 3 weeks. And the conclusion is practically inevitable. They are already part of the wars side by side with the US and Israel. So there will be a counterpunch. And for the moment, Iran has been very discreet. They only hit a few selective targets in the UAE. In Dubai, Jebel Ali, the port, hotels where American troops were staying. But now it's a completely different story. So if the UAE, if there is this attempt of, let's say, the beachhead, not a ground invasion, and it's certified that UAE is part of it, MBZ better be ready, because Iran could turn his bling-bling money laundering machine into a parking lot easily, if they want to. So the Dubai model, as we know it, is already dead. But then we're going to get to the Abu Dhabi energy export model, and the artificial intelligence that the Emirates facilitates to Israel and to the US. So then it's going to be all-out war, Iran and UAE. This is extremely serious. And everybody already knows that the UAE is part of it. So it's just now from Iran now. The next step is to formalize that you are hostile, you are an enemy nation, you are attacking the Islamic Republic, and you're going to have to pay the price. So all that enters in. All that is part of, once again, everything revolving around the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar and Oman, they have been very, very clever. They are the only ones who, among the GCC, that disassociated themselves on the war and being on the side of US-Israel. So for all practical purposes, Oman and Qatar are neutral from now on, and Iran recognizes that. But the other GCCs, especially Saudi Arabia and UAE, it's a completely different story. And we know that there was a document released by 5 of the GCCs without Oman, plus Jordan with the little king, condemning Iran, which is a way of saying, look, we are siding with the Epstein Syndicate. So this is how it was read in Tehran, obviously. So, I would say that both sides now are pretty clear who's on which side and who decided to get out of it, Oman and Qatar.
Pepe, what we've learned from the Iranian foreign minister, he said that the United States is sending messages through different mediators. Basically, he's talking about Oman, Pakistan, and even Turkey. But these, it doesn't mean that Iran is negotiating with the United States. They're sending the proposals, some sort of ideas, sending how to. But after all, Iran hasn't changed its position, to end the war, the compensation for destruction. This is one of the crucial points in the Iranian argument, in the argument they have right now. If the United States accept the compensation for destruction, it means that the United States is to blame for this war. They accept by themselves. And how do you see that happening with Donald Trump? Because the guy is just somehow bragging about, attacking even the mainstream media in the United States who are not in line with him. And he says that they're making lies and all of this and that. But after all, do you see this guy going that far? I don't see that happening. That's why the war would go on and on.
Absolutely. There's what I described as the infernal escalation machine will keep going. And this was already obvious at the beginning of the week, regardless of the ultimatum to start destroying the running electric grid. If that went on or was canceled like it was practically at the last minute, regardless, the machine of escalation is there, because the positions on both sides are absolutely incompatible in every issue, except maybe, but assuming that the United States would negotiate in good faith, which they never do. And obviously, no one in a position of power in Iran can possibly negotiate with the US after what happened in the last 2 instances. So there's no possible negotiation. It's the confirmation live once again and paid with blood that our friend, the Grand Master Sergei Lavrov, has been saying for over 2 years. The United States is non-agreement capable. And much more than that, non-negotiation capable and non-diplomacy capable. And this, we can call it regime in the US at the moment, has proven that over and over again. It's the bombing regime by definition. That's it. Their diplomacy is bombing. So that poses an enormous problem for Iran to even entertain any negotiations. It's true, there are a lot of back channels. at the moment, let's say that Qatar now is in the background, and Oman is always there. Oman was there and continues to be there. But there are three extra back channels now: Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan. And the case of Pakistan is extremely complicated. This is I started writing my column, and then I turned the column around because of the UAE. But after a conversation today, deep in the middle of the night, I'll be arranging all these elements, because Pakistan, they see this as a golden platinum opportunity for them to pose as mediators, because they have good relations with both sides. They have good relations with Iran, not spectacular, but good relations, neighbors. And the guy who's actually in charge in Pakistan, the army chief, the horrible Munir, he has Trump on speed dial, Nima. He can pick up the phone, call the White House, and Trump will talk to him right away. Don't forget, this general is one of the leaders of the Putsch regime change operation, who got rid of Imran Khan and put Imran in jail. So this is an extremely ghastly regime. Hedging, of course. But, of course, they can capitalize on the fact that they can talk to everybody. That the other people in the GCC, they have very good relations with Pakistan. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have, for all practical purposes, a military pact. There are zillions of Pakistanis working in the Gulf and sending remittances to their families all across Pakistan. So this is an important element. This means you have a lot of Pakistanis who are living everywhere in the Gulf. So, of course, they have a little bit of leverage to pose as mediators. But can you trust them? Of course not. If I was, if it
was Imran Khan, I think Imran Khan would be something different from the current.
No, Imran Khan is different. Imran Khan, he evolved over the years, and he became not only good in diplomacy, but a very good political leader as well. That's a completely different story. These people are extremely dangerous. And they don't forget that they depend on the industrial military complex. The relationship between the Pakistani military and the Pentagon was always very, very, very close. So basically, they are an extension of the Pentagon and industrial military complex. So can you trust them to be impartial, neutral mediators? Obviously not. But they positioned themselves to the point of they were getting privileged information from Iran and passing that to guess who? Tweedledum and Tweedledee, Witkoff and Kushner, who then would relay that to Trump. So General Munir, it's wow, it's complicated. But at the moment, apparently this whole thing disappeared in a matter of maybe 48 hours, because now the only talk is about the so-called ground invasion. So now there's no diplomacy anymore. We're back to where it was about the infernal escalation machine. And if that happens and the UAE is involved, this means that the war will go to another dimension, even more complicated. And it will certainly implicate I would say, the formal entrance in the war by the Houthis in Yemen. Because they will enter the war, they will close the Bab el-Mandeb, and they will inflict serious trouble to Saudi exports via the Red Sea. There's no question about that. We are on the brink of all these things happening at the same time. So we can get to a scenario next week, Nima, less than a week from now, where things are even darker than they already are.
Pepe, many people don't know the ground forces of Iran. They're the strongest part of the army and IRGC in Iran. And the United States would face something they have never experienced before, I think, if they go there, that direction.
Talk about that a little bit, Nima. Talk about that to our audience a little bit, if you can.
Because they have right now more than 1 million soldiers ready to fight on the ground. And they're so, Pepe, I did my military service in the Navy in the northern part of Iran, in Anzali, in Bandar Anzali.
Anzali,
yeah. Yeah.
Which, by the way, was bombed a few days ago. You saw it, huh?
Yeah. And the ground forces of Iran are somehow unbelievable. They're so equipped, they're so ready, they're so, in each and every term possible that you can imagine. That's why I really don't see the United States having a good option going in that direction. That's a problem. That's a big problem. They're going to be slaughtered. Nobody wants to see that. And Donald Trump can go down. This is a swamp for Donald. This is a trap. The more he struggles, Pepe, the deeper he sinks, in my opinion, if he goes with the ground invasion of Iran.
But he's not being fed correct information, Nima. It's already now it's already leaked that it's basically 2-3 minute videos every day, maximum 5 minutes, a collage of images with successes, bombing, etc. So obviously he doesn't read. He's incapable of contextualizing. He cannot see nuance. He behaves like a 2-year, not 4-year, like a 2-year-old. And obviously all the sycophants around him, which are immensely mediocre. That's it. We cannot enrage the boss. That's what he gets every day. So no wonder he doesn't have access to qualified information. And even if some people have qualified information, CIA, Pentagon, etc., they are not admitted in the Oval Circle, in the Oval Office.
And what is happening right now in the mind of mostly decision makers in Iran is two options: one, negotiating with the United States, and the other one is deciding everything on the battlefield. And from what I've seen so far, more than 99% is about fighting, because no one sees any sort of outcome, positive outcome through these negotiations, talking with Americans, because it's all about deceiving, and making some sort of fake positions. Then they attack on Iran again and again to assassinate the leaders, assassinate, the commanders. Nothing of that sort. Right now, that's why, Pepe, what is happening, for such a long time, more than 20 years, the right wing of the government, the right wing, we see conservatives, they were arguing, what are we letting these people use in the Strait of Hormuz? For more than 20 years. And that is happening right now. Most of these liberals, neoliberals in Iran, say, laughing at them. These people are crazy. They don't understand the reality. But this is the reality of what's going on right now. That's why those people who are the main decision makers, because after all, what the United States and Israel did so far. They assassinated all these people that they were somehow keen, somehow eager to talk, to somehow make some sort of, democratic outcome or some sort of bridge between Iran and the West. But they have assassinated all of them.
Exactly. Apart from Arakshi and Ghalibaf. And now we know the story, no? That they were spared. They were on the list to be killed. And there was an intervention, of course. And no, we need somebody to talk to. Otherwise, are they going to talk to IRGC generals? No, IRGC generals, they send Mr. Khorramshahr 4 business card straight to your place. Arakshi and Ghalibaf, at least, Arakshi, he experienced face-to-face the treachery of Tweedledum and Tweedledee, incapable of reading a report written in plain English. And Ghalibaf, of course, Ghalibaf is on another level. He's much more hardcore a character very well prepared with a military background, fighter pilot, you name it. But also he understands diplomacy. After all, he's in the Majlis. In the Majlis, you have to be extremely diplomatic. That's it. And everybody else is a military commander.
99% of those people who are in power right now, they were involved in the Iran-Iraq war. They know what the war is.
They know what real war means. Yeah. These idiots in Washington, they don't know what is a war in a street in Wall Street. Can you imagine a real war with trenches and bombs? They have no idea.
And you know, the guy who is the commander, IRGC Commander General Mohsen Rezai, when he was the head of IRGC during the Iran-Iraq war, he had 24 years old. You know, the guy is, you know, these people don't understand, you know, killing commanders, and that's not going to change anything.
No.
This is the problem.
And on top of it, you have layers, and the people in the second, third, fourth layer, they're almost as competent as the leaders. Absolutely. Yeah. What do you think of the new secretary of the Security Council? He seems to be much more hardcore than Larijani.
Much more. I think it's not even comparable.
Not even comparable.
He knows how to fight. He knows how to. He's not that much. After all, he studied economy in the university. He understands, you know, the economic part of what's going on. But after all, he's far to the right, and he's one of those people, you know, when it came to the Strait of Hormuz, he said the Strait of Hormuz should be closed, and that's what is happening right now. Even it was under his, you know, command. It was under Larijani command. And you have to think how the things are changing in Iran. And you know, Pepe, the other part of the war is the psychological war in Iran. They were defeated 100% in Iran. That's why they're not talking about regime change anymore. People already, from the right, from the left, from the middle, all young, all together, they're ready to fight against the United States. And they see this as the destiny of the Iranian people. They have defeated, you know, this Iranian history is not just something like, you know, 200 years, you know, it goes thousands of years, and they have been dealing with these sort of invasions before. They know how to deal with that. They have all this history behind them, and they have all the means. That's why the United States, Pepe, I think the basic question right now is, why is the president of the United States begging for negotiations if they're winning? He said, I'm winning. I destroyed everything. No army, no navy, no air defense system, nothing left. So what? Why are you begging for negotiations, for ceasefire, if that's the case? Exactly.
Well, but we're not dealing with, once again, we are dealing with a grown-up, an old man, theoretically grown up, but psychologically a 2-year-old or 4-year-old max. Totally megalomaniac, a Narcissus, unbounded, incomparable in terms of narcissism, which he uses as, of course, as a cover, as his shield against his own mediocrities and incapacities. The fact that he's essentially a coward, the fact that he doesn't display any empathy towards anybody or anything, that the whole planet revolves around him. And now in a position of power as president of the United States, it's very, very easy to believe that the world revolves around you. This happened with the previous American presidents, but not to this level. He's mentally unprepared to be, to take care of a high school, which is already too much. Can you imagine the so-called invincible or indispensable nation. So that's extremely complicated. And it's very easy to manipulate him, Nima. The best example is if you feed him selected information, that's the only thing he will absorb, because he doesn't have the intellectual curiosity to look elsewhere, or even to look his gigantic, voluminous intel reports that are on his table every day. He doesn't even open them. So it's very easy. It's very, very easy to manipulate him. And in the case of the genocidal, the war criminal in Tel Aviv, who went to the US 7 times in the past year and a half or so, he's always in DC. It's very, very easy to manipulate him. And he's wily. He may be a war criminal, but he's very, very clever. So he turns Trump around like it's very, very easy. And on top of it, surrounded by mediocrities like, the Secretary of Energy, right? Lutnick, which is from Cantor Fitzgerald, which is basically a grifter, a financial grifter. The absolutely ghastly son-in-law, Kushner. We can call him the silent gangster in the whole mafia enterprise. Extremely dangerous, not very bright, but brutal as hell. The bright one in the couple is Ivanka, and I had confirmation from people who know the couple closely. They say, look, Ivanka is the brains. He's an absolute asshole. But he has Trump's, he can talk directly to Trump anytime, and Trump listens to him. Very, very dangerous. So it's so easy to manipulate him. As much as Obama was a disaster, but at least Obama intellectually was not a total idiot. He read, he listened to people. Okay, decision-making is another story. But intellectually, you cannot compare both. At least you had a president who was capable of enunciating thought or stringing sentences together, developing a cogent argument, debating actually, which is something that he did when he was in university. So this is essential. The psychological profile of this character is essential because of his ultimate decision. The decision may have been taken for him by higher powers. We know who they are. The usual suspects, the donors, super financiers, etc., the Zionist International Axis, you name it. It was their decision, but they found the perfect messenger. And that's why we are in this dark times, the dark clouds enveloping the whole planet, in fact. He didn't have the intellectual discernment and capacity to analyze the consequences of something like this. It's crazy because even people who are functionaries of the system inside the CIA, for instance, or who worked with the CIA can't see it. And now some of them at least are going out and say, no, the whole thing is completely absurd from the beginning. So this proves once again that he's impermeable to, self-analysis to start with, and critical thinking. If you don't read, if you think that you are the king of the world, if you are an unbounded Narcissus, of course, it's impossible. You blind yourself. You are deaf and dumb and blind to reality.
Salute.
And that explains, Nima, every day we are winning. We are tired of winning. We destroyed everything. That's it. This is the subtract of this blah, blah, blah every day. It's that. Because he only has the set of information that conforms to his own prejudices. This is the short explanation. It's much more complicated. It would warrant, people write books about serial killers. This would warrant a book about an extreme narcissistic personality who happens to have virtually unlimited power. How dangerous that is. Well, we are all living under this cloud right now.
Pepe, it seems that if we accept the whole concept of war is based on Israel and the security of Israel and what would be the outcome for Israel, I would say two important things have happened since so far. One of them was Iranian ballistic missile, hypersonic missile hitting Dimona. One of them, which was totally game changer.
Total game changer. This is a psychological shock, not only for Israel, but for everybody. Exactly. Yes, go ahead, please.
And the second one is how Hezbollah is capable to hit central and the southern part of Israel.
Nima, remember that we talked about this a lot, and we were always trying to remind our audience Hezbollah is restructuring. It's going to take some time. It's a very complicated process. This is what I heard in Lebanon last year when I went to the funeral of Sheikh Nasrallah, and I talked to Hezbollah political leaders, in fact, and they were saying, yes, it's complicated. There was this decapitation, but our second, third, fourth levels, they are very, very good. They are young and very well prepared. It's going to take time, but we are already doing it. This was last year. This year, we are already seeing the results. This is the second, third, fourth generation who is in command now in Hezbollah. They are killing Merkavas, now it's a sport. Okay, how many Merkavas are we going to destroy today? 20, easy. Okay, let's go. Truth. That's it. It takes a while to restructure a military environment, and Hezbollah is complicated because they have their social wing, which is extremely active. They have to provide at least relief to entire neighborhoods in south of Beirut and villages all across southern Lebanon. And on top of it, at the same time, you have to reorganize your military machine. It's immensely impressive. You only do this with the cadres at the highest level. Well-educated, alert, dynamic, creative, and as forceful as the previous generation. And of course, they learn from the previous generation. In Iran, we are witnessing the same process. The people who are now, let's say we are probably in the second layer of replacements to all the leaders who were assassinated. They are keeping it up. And of course, and the drive is wow, because they saw what happened to their mentors. And of course, and all of that is subordinated to a higher purpose. And when I say higher, I mean not only in geopolitical terms, but a spiritual, ethical, moral terms. And with the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, even more. They are fighting for his memory, for his legacy, for the continuation of an idea. It's extremely important. So I always admired immensely my Iranian friends, Nima, who are experts in Shiite theology and Western philosophy. There are very few places in the world where you find this mix. So, they can have a full discourse on the intrinsic meaning of Velayat Efaki, and then they jump to talk about Empedocles and Aristotle. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. When the Americans cannot string maybe not even one sentence together, can you imagine two, which is the case of the push-up clown Secretary of Forever Wars. There you go. It's an intellectual war. It's a war of intellect against supreme stupidity. No question. Demonstrated individually, by individuals in positions of power.
You want to file free? Hit it.
Just imagine you're Donald Trump coming to power and seeing the Assad is gone, assassination of the head of Hezbollah. You see the assassination in Iran, commanders in Iran, and you think that the acts of resistance is somehow disappearing from the scene. Let's go after Iran right now. They started with Yemen, you remember. He started with Yemen. He tried to destroy Yemen before going to Iran, but that was a unsuccessful mission on his part. But he somehow felt, because of these fake riots in Iran, he felt that people gonna do that for him, as he was, the case of, I think what was so much misleading for Donald Trump was the case of Venezuela. He thought that he can manage something of that sort in Iran. That would be the end of the acts of resistance. What he ended up with right now, Pepe, is a strong Iran from within, not only militarily, but from within. A new Hezbollah in Iraq, which is so powerful. They're ready to be even more, I would say they're going to be the next, face of the Iraqi government. They're going to capture, they're going to be in power in the near future. They're deciding about everything in Iraq right now.
They are very capable.
Yemen has not joined so far.
Talk about Yemen, exactly. Capable, cultured, very well educated. They're excellent universities in Yemen. They learn everything. They have their own industrial military complex, everything. And in Iraq, wow. I met Hashd al-Shabi years ago in Baghdad, and I was extremely impressed. When I met him, they were Mohandes was still, let's say, Secretary General, maybe the number 2. This was before he was assassinated with General Soleimani. He spent one afternoon with us, Nima, in a safe house inside the green zone. You need balls to do like that. I remember the green zone during the Iraq War, and obviously I never entered because I refused to go to the green zone. Whenever I wanted to interview somebody, we used to meet in the red zone. Sometimes even in front of the gates, when I was interviewing somebody from the parliament, I said, okay, meet me in the gate so and so outside. So Hashd al-Shabi, it's fantastic. They took us to their own safe house inside the green zone, maybe a 5-minute walk from the American embassy. So only if you have the balls of mega steel, you can do something like that. And they're perfectly capable with other Kataib, Hezbollah, all of them. They are extremely capable. And it's a good sign that this Iraqi government, which is a complicated arrangement, we met the current prime minister. I was there, 2 years ago or so. At least the militias, officially, they have the right to defend themselves. It's not that Baghdad is openly endorsing what they're doing, but at least, okay, you have the right to defend yourselves and defend attacks on the Republic of Iraq. Excellent. So they can go on. And de facto, they expelled the Americans already. The Americans and NATO are, for all practical purposes, out of Iraq. The problem is, and this is a larger-than-life problem,
there is no green zone anymore.
No, the money is not in Iraq. The money is the bloody Federal Reserve in New York. So the Iraqis cannot even use the money of their oil exports because it's automatically confiscated by the Americans. So how are you going to turn this around? But it's true, as you mentioned, it's true. There's no more green zone, in fact. Yes, the green zone is still there, but it's essentially offices of the Iraqi administration, of the Baghdad administration. There's one 5-star hotel where usually foreign guests stay. The American embassy, which is a gigantic monster, we don't know what's going to happen to it. It will continue to be attacked. There's no question about that. But this symbology of the green zone is there, and this is controlled by the Americans. This is over. It's dead. 23 years after shock and awe. It's something that many of us will never see that. Well, 23 years in historical terms is not much. They did it. They did it in the end.
And what's happening in Iraq doesn't stay in Iraq. It's going to go to Kuwait, in my opinion.
Kuwait, absolutely. Yeah, what would be the ultimate poetic justice, Nima? Eventually, after, I wouldn't say now, but maybe assuming this war ends, and after the ending in a few months, etc., Kuwait could be reabsorbed by Iraq, because don't forget, Kuwait is part of Iraq. Kuwait was part of the province of Basra. So for all practical purposes, Kuwait is Iraq. Saddam Hussein was right when he said that at the time. So this would be the ultimate poetic justice, if it happens. Historical poetic justice.
And it's not going to be an invasion. It's going to be a grassroots, sort of movement in Kuwait, joining the Iraqi resistance, in my opinion.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because
history comes up with stuff that is
exactly.
It can be mind-boggling, nah?
I think the future is so different, and I don't see Donald Trump being capable of changing anything in the West Asia, because the history, the size of what's going on is so huge that the Trump administration doesn't matter. I think there is some sort of recognition on the part of the Europeans. That's why they're not getting that much involved in the Strait of Hormuz. They understand what's going on. It's a long history for the British Empire in the Suez Canal, and they're not gonna.
Can you imagine if you have 1956, Suez Crisis was de facto ending of the British Empire, and we have 2026, Strait of Hormuz, the beginning of the end of the American Empire. That's another outstanding historical poetic justice, if it happens.
Yeah, exactly. Muito obrigado, Pepe.
Obrigado a você.
Prazer, como sempre.
The Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, IRGC, has announced the launch of the 82nd wave of retaliatory operations against the U.S.-Israeli coalition, marking a further escalation in the ongoing conflict across West Asia. In a statement on Thursday, the IRGC said the latest wave involved a combination of missile strikes and large-scale drone deployments, carried out in response to earlier airstrikes targeting Iran's critical infrastructure and civilian facilities. The operation, which began early in the day, was described as sustained in nature, with strikes continuing over several hours. The IRGC claimed the attacks targeted multiple U.S.-linked assets across the region. These included positions in Saudi Arabia's Arifjan and Al-Kharj districts, logistics and fuel support infrastructure linked to U.S. military operations, and surveillance and air assets. The IRGC claimed that hangars housing P-8 surveillance aircraft and MQ-9 Reaper drones, along with satellite communication systems used for drone operations at Ali al-Salem Air Base, were hit using swarms of kamikaze drones. It also cited attacks on Patriot radar systems in Bahrain's Sheikh Issa region as part of the coordinated strikes. In addition to targeting U.S.-linked facilities, the statement claimed that Iranian forces struck a military command center in Israeli-held territory, as well as sites linked to Israel's nuclear program near the Dead Sea. Footage circulating from the region appeared to show missile impacts, though independent verification remains limited. The IRGC said that fighters aligned with the Axis of Resistance carried out 230 operations within a 24-hour period, describing it as the most extensive phase of operations so far. Of these, 87 were attributed to Hezbollah in Lebanon, 23 to Iraqi resistance groups, and 110 to Iran's own missile and drone units. Framing the conflict as a war of choice initiated by the United States and Israel, the IRGC reiterated that its campaign would continue until what it called foreign aggression in the region is halted. It emphasized that operations would persist until aggressors are pushed out and stability is restored. While Gulf nations have largely questioned Iran actions, Yemen has vowed support to Tehran, warning others regarding their silent allegiance to U.S.-Israel actions.
The Middle East is on the edge of a dangerous new escalation. A powerful warning has just been issued, and it could open an entirely new front in the Iran war. Yemen is no longer holding back. It is warning Arab states over what it calls a Zionist conspiracy and openly backing Iran in the escalating conflict. The message is stark: choose sides or risk being seen as part of the war itself. A top Yemeni leader has now drawn a red line: stand with Iran against aggression, or do not become a tool in a rapidly unfolding regional confrontation. In a dramatic statement, Mahdi al-Mashat, chairman of Yemen's Supreme Political Council, has reaffirmed unwavering solidarity with Tehran. He warned Arab nations against becoming tools in what he described as a coordinated U.S.-Israeli campaign against Iran. Speaking amid rising tensions, Mashat made it clear that Yemen stands firmly with Iran. He emphasized that Tehran has the full right to defend itself and confront what he called aggressor regimes. The warning did not stop there. Mashat directly addressed Arab and Islamic nations with a stark message: if they cannot help defeat what he termed a Zionist conspiracy, they must not assist in implementing it. This statement comes against the backdrop of escalating hostilities that began on February 28th. U.S. and Israeli airstrikes reportedly targeted Iran, assassinating senior officials and military commanders. Iran has since responded with sustained retaliation. Missile and drone strikes have been launched almost daily. Targets include Israeli-linked locations and U.S. military assets spread across the region. The conflict is no longer contained. It is expanding, and Yemen appears ready to step in. Yemen's Ansarullah movement has also reinforced its support for Iran. In a statement, the group congratulated Tehran on its retaliatory operations. It claimed that the attacks on Iran are part of a broader attempt to give Israel unchecked control over the region. According to the group, Iran is not just defending itself, it is defending the wider region, the Islamic world, and what it described as sacred values. Tensions are spiraling fast as Yemen's Ansarullah signals it is ready to step directly into the fire, this time in open support of Iran. The group frames the moment as a response to what it calls unprovoked aggression by the United States and Israel, warning that the conflict may no longer be contained. Behind the rhetoric lies a dangerous reality. The same force that has already threatened global shipping lanes is now hinting at a broader confrontation, one that could turn the Red Sea into the next decisive battlefield. According to sources cited by Tasnim news agency, Ansarullah forces are now on full alert. The group has reportedly been prepared since day one of the escalation on February 28th, and now the warning is clear. Intervention is no longer a distant possibility. At the center of this looming escalation lies one of the world's most strategic choke points, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, a narrow maritime corridor that controls access between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, and Ansarullah is signaling it may take control. Sources indicate that the group could use the strait as a powerful pressure tool against its adversaries, a move that could disrupt global shipping routes and choke vital energy supplies. The message is unmistakable. The battlefield may soon extend far beyond land and skies. The warning goes even further. If required, Ansarullah fighters are ready to discipline aggressors, and they are not acting alone. The source emphasizes that both Iran and Ansarullah possess the capability to generate a credible and immediate threat in the region. This is not an empty threat. Ansarullah has already demonstrated its power in the Red Sea before. The group has repeatedly shown it can shut down strategic waterways and impose its will on global trade routes with precision and force. After October 7, 2023, when Israel launched its war in Gaza with U.S. backing, Ansarullah stepped in with a naval blockade. Israeli-linked ships were targeted, maritime traffic was disrupted, and global shipping was forced to reroute around southern Africa, dramatically increasing costs and delays. But it did not stop there. The group expanded its operations into the skies. Aerial blockades were imposed. Strategic Israeli targets came under sustained missile fire, and U.S. naval forces operating near Yemen were repeatedly targeted. In a stunning development, these operations reportedly forced at least 2 U.S. aircraft carriers to withdraw from the region, a rare and significant shift that underscored the growing reach of the resistance axis. Now, the stakes are even higher. With Ansarullah ready to enter the conflict in support of Iran, the possibility of a wider regional war is no longer theoretical. It is rapidly becoming a reality.
of missiles inside state and the Epstein regime with a barrage of missiles that are not stopping. And according to Israel, they haven't seen anything like this in recent weeks. The intensity and the quantity of missiles and the destruction that they're causing inside the occupied territories is unseen. They haven't seen that level of destruction before. In the meantime, Iran launched its 82nd wave, multiple strikes on multiple parts of the genocide state. We're going to go through all of the damage, what the Israelis are saying, In addition to some interesting statements yet again by none other than the American President Donald Trump, and the biggest day of attacks coming from the Lebanese resistance, including unconfirmed reports of beyond enemy line operations coming from the Lebanese resistance. Let's begin with the Iranian wave. Iran launched the 82nd wave of attacks against Israel today, and they targeted multiple locations in that attack. Let's have a look at the video, and we'll go through the actual targets that they hit today. So the 82nd wave, according to Iran, they targeted industries linked to the occupation's nuclear infrastructure and US bases. The Public Relations Department of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps announced today, Thursday, that the launch of the 82nd wave of Operation True Promise 4, dedicated to the Iranian people and to the souls and martyrs of the country, President Ibrahim Raisi, Hussein Amir Abdullahian, and other companions. The statement said that the attacks were carried out through a focused and planned attack using suicide drones and missiles, targeting the military command center of the occupying entity and the industries related to the nuclear infrastructure south of the Dead Sea. This is the first time that Iran confirms that it's targeting nuclear-related infrastructure with its 82nd wave. Usually, with the attacks on Dimona, Iran did not confirm that it targeted these locations to do with nuclear sites, but now they're confirming that, and they're saying it's south of the Dead Sea. Now, south of the Dead Sea, Dimona is in that area. They didn't specifically say Dimona, which indicates that Iran might have some information about secret locations that Israel uses that are linked with the nuclear program. This is a very significant step up coming from Iran, especially seeing as they did not declare that before. So what we're seeing in essence now is a continued escalation of vital infrastructure against Israel. So far, we spoke about the petrochemical oil refineries, the power stations, of course, all core military sites and infrastructure, and now the nuclear infrastructure inside of Israel. They also said that the 82nd wave, following an attack against the city Khorram Shahar, they targeted American bases in the region successfully and forcefully. They also announced that they targeted the American Defense Logistics site in Arifjan in response to the previous aggressions, in addition to Al-Kharj in Saudi Arabia. The operation also included the destruction of strategic targets at other bases, where the Patriot radar and the P-8 spy plane hangar were destroyed at Sheikh Isa base in Bahrain, according to the statement from Iran. In addition to the destruction of American support fuel tanks, the MQ-9 hangar, when we talk about hangar, that means they have several of them there, and the satellite communication device for drones at the Ali Salim base in Kuwait. The Revolutionary Guard stressed that the continuation of the attack confirming to the Muslim people and that the axis of resistance in the world, they recorded the widest attacks in history of the war against American-Israeli targets, carrying out 230 operations in the past 24 hours, and all of them were successful, according to them. The IRGC added that the dark era of oppressive regimes has ended. They emphasized that the resistance in Lebanon and Iraq, along with the Iranian armed forces, were able to achieve a record number of destroying the targets of the arrogant occupiers throughout the West Asia region. A comprehensive war is the option that the United States, Israel, and allies have pushed for, noting that this confrontation will continue until the pillars of injustice and tyranny in the region are completely eliminated, and in a way that ensures the return of stability and true peace to the people. Statement asserted that the armed forces and all the arenas of the resistance axis will continue fighting until the dark era ends of the most inhumane regimes. The IRGC also pointed out that the United States and Israel are facing solid and strong axis of resistance today, considering that their calculations regarding weakening the axis is nothing but a mere illusion. Simultaneously with these operations, of course, there were new footage, images and videos released of the F-18 being targeted, and we will, of course, go through that video as well, alongside the additional videos that came from the occupied state. Now, in relation to the occupied territories, the scenes of destruction were unprecedented. Let's have a look at some of the recent attacks that Iran had against Israel and some of the videos. This was one of the first videos that was launched, that was published. One of the attacks here, that was probably one of the bomblets from the multi-warhead missile. Then we had more videos of more damage coming from the region. Let's have a look at some of the other videos. There's more. Let's have a look at some of the additional videos. This was one of the biggest attacks in the Beit Shemesh area that caused a lot of casualties, according to reports as well.
طازة 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 عنا ببيت شمس. هي طازة طازة هلا طازة طازة طازة.
And in Israel, by the way, they're not talking about hardly any interception. All of these missiles landed successfully, as we can see in the videos.
Whoa! Fireball. Whoa! Fireball. Whoa!
אתה לא יודע מה הולך, יעקב, אחי. אין בתים, אחי.
תראו את האוטו שלי. אמא, לכל הבית שלי שבור. כאן נפל. נפל על המקלט. המקלט שם.
פינוי ספר תורה. אתה לא יודע מה הולך, יעקב, אחי. אין בתים, אחי.
תראו את האוטו שלי. אמא, לכל הבית שלי שבור. כאן נפל. נפל על המקלט.
יואו, בואי מכל הרחוב, אני לא מאמין. יואו, בואי מכל הרחוב, אני לא מאמין.
Whoa!
So yeah, these were only some of the videos that came. There are more as well about the damage and the level of damage. One of them was this one as well here.
איזה פיצוצים. בוא סרט. איזה פיצוצים.
And also they're releasing more of the footage that came following the attacks that were carried out several days back about the scale of destruction that took place in the Dimona and Arad areas. That was just one of the missiles landing over there. Israel said that they had to accommodate 1,000 people only due to one missile landing. According to reports, 10 buildings were destroyed in one area and 20 in another. And we can see the level of damage and impact happening. But they're also facing other problems too. You see, in Israel, it was reported that some people are trying to steal other people's belongings following the attacks and the destruction in some of the homes. So some people are actually stealing other people's properties. That's another problem that they're facing. So they're having to get rid of the properties as quickly as possible and get rid of everything that they have before they get stolen by other people. And Iran, the missiles that they're using now, none of them, literally no one missile is being intercepted. The only interception attempts that we're seeing that are coming from Israel with limited rates of success are with the Hezbollah missiles. And again, that could be deliberate. This could be a coordination coming with the Lebanese resistance and Iran so that, well, they can exhaust as much as possible from the Israeli air defense systems, and then the Iranian side would be able to conduct the attacks more successfully. More videos as well were published of some of the recent damage that took place in the country. We can see a lot of devastation, a lot of destruction in many areas. In some places, it was due to one missile landing only, like this area, that was just one Iranian missile. And Israel is publishing all of the videos and footage of the damage. Well, some of the people, of course, and some of them are posted officially. For some reason, they're publishing the level of damage now for one reason or another. I'm not sure if they want the people to support the war less now or whatever it is, but for whatever reason, yeah, we're seeing more of the destroyed buildings coming out following the recent attacks, and more casualties reported as well inside of Israel, more numbers of casualties due to the lethality of the missiles that Iran is using. More and more people are getting killed, and despite warnings coming from Israel, that's not necessarily always working properly. There were more videos, of course, of the missiles landing. And again, these missiles that Iran used in the recent waves, some of them are multi-warheads. So we're talking about bomblets. So one very small warhead comes down on any vehicle or any sort of car or whatever it is, and they cause a lot of damage. Now imagine just 100 or 120 of these landing in multiple parts and the level of destruction that they can cause on an ongoing basis. That was just one of them. For example, that landed on a car. There were more bomblets being published, well, the damage of them.
אני תובע את שלי ואז אתם תובעים את שלי, ככה זה הולך? אני תובע את שלי ואז אתם תובעים את שלהם, ככה זה הולך? אוקיי. אני תובע את שלי ואז אתם תובעים את שלהם, ככה זה הולך? אוקיי. אני תובע את שלי ואז אתם תובעים את שלהם, ככה זה הולך?
Taxes was so taxing.
So a lot of damage taking place following the recent wave 82, of the True Promise 4 response against Israel. And it's not only, of course, that, yesterday we were speaking about increased attacks coming from the Lebanese resistance with 80 operations up until the time I spoke with you yesterday, but that number actually reached 87 attacks coming from the Lebanese resistance against the genocide state, the biggest recorded number of attacks of the Lebanese resistance. And they confirmed that as well in one of their recent posts. And they quoted as well certain statements coming from Netanyahu in November 2026, saying it's not the same Hezbollah anymore. We took it back decades, as in its capability and in its capacity. And in essence, what they're proving to them now is that they're stronger than ever, with all of these attacks being conducted against Israel in the north of occupied Palestine. But the more interesting thing that happened is yesterday, with the statement of the Lebanese resistance, Israel, the Lebanese resistance said that they carried out multiple operations. And some of those operations included certain invasions. Now, what did they mean by invasions? Today, we had unconfirmed reports. Now, the Lebanese resistance didn't outright say we went into enemy line, but that could have been a sign of their previous statement that they had, that some of the fighters of the Lebanese resistance are managing to get into occupied territories to carry out operations whenever they need to. Today, they made Lebanon a graveyard for Israeli Merkavas. They destroyed 18 tanks, and they had multiple ambushes against the Golani elite forces. They raised the number of total destroyed Israeli tanks to 73. They carried out missile strikes against Tel Aviv. So we're talking about longer range missiles coming from the Lebanese resistance. They targeted the settlement of Mtullah, Shamir, Misgav Am in the northern part of occupied Palestine. In the recent operation, so we're talking about 73 tanks destroyed so far. 18 tanks were destroyed just in the recent round of attacks coming from the Lebanese resistance. And actually, since the last operation, 21 were targeted, including a number of D9 bulldozers that were destroyed. Clashes at point blank range and deep strikes too, they also indicate that the Lebanese resistance were either very close to the border or infiltrated the border. Not that they necessarily need it from a strategic perspective, but in essence to challenge the Israeli occupation forces and make life more difficult for them. Because what Israel is doing now in Lebanon, they're trying to prepare the ground for an occupation of the south. And of course, we all know it's an illusion. Any sort of attempt even to try and occupy the south of Lebanon is a total illusion from Israel and wishful thinking. But they're destroying some of the bridges that lead to the south of the Litani, in essence, imprisoning people in the south if they want to leave the combat zones. They killed approximately 1,000 Lebanese people, talking about civilians who have nothing to do with it. And the actions of Israel in Lebanon prove that they're interested in raising the death toll of the civilians by targeting rescue forces, not allowing them to reach the evacuation sites. Some people would be sometimes under the rubble, unable to go from one place to another. We're seeing the same pattern in Iran, with the US and Israel doing the same thing. So there's a genocidal intent as well behind this operation. The Israeli Minister of Defense, if you can call him that, I mean, Minister of Genocide is more apt, said that the southern population of Lebanon will not return until there's safety for the Israeli residents of the north. So the southern population of Lebanon will be able to come back. Some elements in Israel are talking about the need to have settlements in Lebanon for prosperity and to ensure that there is safety for the Israeli population. So what we're having now is a situation where Israel is no longer hiding the fact at all that they want to occupy South Lebanon. They want to occupy South Lebanon, and they're using any pretext to do that. Now, the good thing about the lack of Israel's ability to achieve its objectives in Lebanon, that is primarily due to the Lebanese resistance taking the right time to attack Israel. You see, Israel was planning a bigger strike against Lebanon. I mean, they've been breaching the ceasefire. The Lebanese resistance has been responding. They gave the so-called diplomacy a chance. It didn't really work because they know who they're dealing with. But Israel thought that Lebanon wouldn't necessarily participate with Iran this time, like what they did in June 2025. At the time, the Israelis were also kind of mocking the Lebanese resistance, saying, oh, look, see, we hit Iran, they didn't participate. It's because they can't. And the Lebanese resistance took the initiative, carried out strikes, hence why they have the upper hand. And despite limited Israeli occupation attempts, the genocidal child killers of Israel are being hammered in South Lebanon very, very heavily. And that would lead to a situation where they would either try and deploy more people. Israel said that they want to increase the level of reservists to 450,000, the largest number in history, perhaps. And many of them would go to Lebanon. And those forces, by the way, that are in Lebanon are Israel's elite forces. So when we talk about the Golani Brigade, it relates to the occupied Golan Heights. They've had previous experience in Lebanon following the 1982 war and the occupation for a very long time of the Lebanese territories. And now they're trying to have that again, but they're clearly not understanding very well who they're dealing with, or despite their understanding, they're too arrogant and they're continuously trying to oppose the Lebanese resistance, which is showing fierce resistance against the genocide forces, and they're not stopping their attacks. I mean, if we want to look at the pattern, I mean, let me show you like this, for example, because this is one of the compilation videos, right? Look at the intensity of battles in the southern part of Lebanon yesterday. Have a look at this video. So you can imagine the level of intensity and the level of capability of the Lebanese resistance with this level of intense combat. They're targeting Israeli forces trying to occupy, targeting Israeli forces behind enemy line, targeting Merkavas, 73 so far, 21 just yesterday or 23, D9 bulldozers. They're targeting the IDF rescue services. They come and try and take the dead child killing terrorists. They're doing all of that very conveniently, and they're increasing the range of missiles against the genocide state. They're reaching the areas surrounding Gaza. All of these things are indicators that the enemy tries to undermine constantly to try and portray or instill this illusion of a victory that they have, whether it's from the Israeli side or the American side, who are saying that they're actually, destroying the Iranian army. Now, in that regard, there were multiple statements coming from Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump said that Iran gave him a prize. And Iran today showed him exactly what prize they're talking about. Have a look at this video and have a look at the dedication of the prize.
Did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. Did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present.
That was the present that Donald Trump got. So Iran ensured that everyone needs to understand what type of present we're talking about here. So they wrote a nice dedication to Donald Trump. This is the present that you're getting. Anyway, the ridiculousness of the statements coming from the American administration isn't stopping. So yesterday, the White House spokesperson spoke about Iran. Let's listen to what she had to say very briefly.
President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again.
President Trump is prepared to unleash hell. He's not joking around. One day after he spoke about the president, after Iran clarified about the president and all of that awkward statement that he had. Today, he had more statements being published. Let's listen to him. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Never seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran. I don't want it. Well, listen to some of the things they say. We hear them very clearly. They say, I don't want it. We'd like to make you the next supreme leader. No, thank you. I don't want it. But I want to express my gratitude to the tremendous, never seen anything like we're doing in.
Never seen anything like this. The Iranians are running away from the position of the supreme leader. Some people interpreted what Donald Trump said as if Iran told him, you be the next supreme leader. I think what he intended is that, which is of course another lie, that any supreme leader being asked, said, I don't want to be the supreme leader. The supreme leader has already been elected. I'm not sure, to what lengths these people go to. And the fact that he's reiterating that actually they do want to negotiate, like listen to the first part.
Like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure.
They are negotiating and they want to make a deal so badly, but they are afraid to say it. Is that the case, or is it something else? We've heard the statements and clarifications coming from the Iranian side. They said outright, or they are giving proposals. Some people are having, attempts to try and de-escalate. We're not interested in talks. Today, there was a recent speech published by the foreign minister of Iran. Let's listen to what he had to say.
در طول تقریبا یک ماه گذشته، هم 26 روز گذشته، وزرای خارجه زیادی بودن که تماس گرفتن. رؤسای بعضی از کشورها تماس گرفتن و همه میگفتن که چه کاری از بومر میاد، ما چه کاری انجام بدیم. و پیشنهاداتی برای آتش بس داشتن. موضع ما کاملا اصولی و متقن بوده که به همه اونها اعلام شده. و ما همچنان برای موضع هستیم. مذاکره هم تا الان انجام نشد. من با زرس قاطع عرض میکنم هیچ مذاکره و گفتگویی با طرف آمریکایی نبود. البته چند روز هست که طرف آمریکایی شروع کرده به ارسال پیام‌های مختلف از طریق واسطه‌های مختلف. این که پیام‌هایی از طریق کشورهای دوست ما داده بشه و ما هم در جواب مواضع خودمون رو اعلام بکنیم یا هشدارهای لازم رو بدیم، این نه اسمش مذاکره است، نه اسمش گفتگو، نه هیچ. تبادل پیام هست به واسطه دوستان ما. و ما در این تبادل پیام‌ها مواضع اصول خودمون رو تکرار کردیم و بعضی جاها هم هشدار دادیم. در بحث حمله به زیرساخت‌ها هشدارهای قوی ما دادیم. اینکه به اصطلاح این مهلت مثلا 48 ساعته رو مجبور شدن که خودشون کوتاه بیان، حالا یه مهلت بلند مدت‌تری رو دادن و این در وهله اول به خاطر صلابت نیروهای مسلح ما بود، موضع محکمی که نیروهای مسلح گرفتن و هشدارهایی که از طرق رسانه‌ای و طرق دیپلماتیک. در حال حاضر سیاست ما ادامه مقاومت هست، ادامه دفاع از کشور هست، بنای مذاکره نداریم. تا الان هیچ مذاکره هم صورت نگرفت و به نظرم که موضوع ما کاملا اصولی و روشن.
I mean, that's a very clear message coming from the foreign minister of Iran. And in essence, someone is lying. Someone is lying heavily. And based on the pattern that we have, based on the certainty of actions of the Iranian side and the conflicting statements coming from the American side, based on the evidence on the ground, based on the pattern of lying, based on the constant contradictions and neutrals, we can clearly know and see who's lying. The United States didn't want this to last very long. They wanted an attack to be very short. They wanted a shock and awe against Iran. They didn't want things to last too long. And from their perspective, the Iranian side, they're on a mission to punish the United States for what they've done. Because what they've done from an Iranian side crossed all lines. And the Iranians know now that if they continue down the same pattern, it would only be a matter of time up until the United States and Israel carry out another attack against them. And if they do continue with their resistance to this project, this aggression coming from the United States and Israel, they're only going to be at a better position for any future prospect negotiations, assuming that they would happen. Now, mind you, what we all need to understand is Iran went into the negotiations with the United States before multiple times, despite multiple breaches coming from the United States of America. They had the JCPOA. Trump unilaterally withdrew from it following Israeli pressure. After years of negotiations and a deal, then they targeted some of the Iranian leaders. Then they started to, well, he was promising that he's not going to go to war, and then, he went into a war. And yesterday he was bragging. Yesterday he said, we settled 8 wars and now we're going to win the 9th. We settled 9 wars. So Iran went and spoke with them anyway, spoke with them regardless of the treachery, regardless of the assassinations, regardless of the attacks that came mid-negotiations, regardless of the fact that the American side actually participated in a war, whether it was through a strike or support or whatever it is. All of that proved that Iran had its eyes towards having a deal. Why? Because Iran is a peaceful nation. They want to have peace. They want their people to prosper. But they're faced here with genocidal, arrogant powers who are not interested in anything but forcing Iran to kneel down. Trump, himself, he's just blackmailed into all of this. We can see that from the previous actions of the previous United States administrations. Let's not forget that Israel has been lobbying them to conduct an attack against Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying since the 80s that Iran is on the brink of having a nuclear program. Well, Israel as a country, Netanyahu personally, well, close to that period too, he was warning Iran is about to have a nuclear bomb, about to have, trying to push every American president to go and attack. All of them refused. All of them refused because they knew it's not in American interest. They knew that Iran is posing a threat against them. The only thing that's posing a threat is the United States and Israel and anyone allied with them. They are the ones who interfered in Iran. The United States and the UK are the ones who made a coup in Iran in 1953 to overthrow a democratically elected government. And that wasn't an Ayatollah government, by the way. It's these powers that are the threat to the world. Yet they project themselves to be the peacemakers, when they are the biggest murderers on earth. The United States and Israel's allies have been supporting a genocide, facilitating it, arming Israel, supporting it diplomatically by any means necessary. Israel, just yesterday, they bombed another tent in Gaza, housing displaced people. They're not leaving people to even live in a tent, despite the unbearable conditions. They are the threat to the world. The United States is the threat. Israel is the threat. Any country, any government aligned with them is the threat. The establishments, in many ways, and anyone who supports these actions from the people. And we can clearly see now that they don't have a mandate to do that. They don't have an American mandate. Hence why other countries are not interested in participating. Any country that would participate would be absolutely going against the will of the people, because they too wouldn't have a mandate to go and attack Iran. But no one posed a greater threat to the whole world more than the United States as a country, by the way, for the past century. They have been constantly attacking other countries, constantly at war. Now they're at another war that they don't know how they're going to get out of. Trump is saying that they want to talk, and they're talking, but they're hiding it, and they're giving me a prize to try and hide the embarrassment, which is Iran as a country is annihilating every American asset in the region and is hammering the genocide state so badly. And the fact that the Iranian people are in the streets, millions of Iranian people in the streets to support their country, to go in their martyrs' funerals, and to protest against the American aggression and Israeli aggression, supporting their country to continue. There were even videos of some of the opposition, people who oppose the Iranian government, going out and also protesting against all of the terrorism coming from the United States and Israel against the country. And they're fully supporting their government in the response. That's why Donald Trump, by the way, is in this situation, this confused state of mind where he is just trying to come up with any kind of lie to justify what's happening. And even now in Israel, they're starting to admit more what's happening in the country. This morning's attacks, according to Israeli media, they said that they had multiple launches, and it was a particularly tough morning in Israel. Extensive destruction. They're talking about that in the Israeli mainstream media because they can no longer hide the fact that they're getting destroyed. And even if that's intended for, I don't know, internal consumption or to try and take away the people's support to the war, because like 97% of Israeli Jews support the war against Iran, although as time started to go by, more people started to refuse to continue. They started to criticize the government. There was more criticism coming today from Israeli officials about the level of destruction. One of the people who made a statement in the Israeli media, I believe it was in a hearing in the Israeli Knesset. He was a mayor in the country. He's saying that we are destroyed. We've been living in shelters for weeks now. Why are we suffering, and having a lash at government officials? This is the second person literally breaking down in Israel following the mayor of Margaliot that I shared with you yesterday. They're completely losing it, only 1 month into a war. And again, what is Israel suffering now so far? That's not the end of it. It's just hardly like 0.1% of what they inflicted on the Palestinian people in Gaza. Hardly anything of what they constantly inflict on the people in the West Bank and in the occupied territories. And they're crying and they're going mad because they're getting hit at the end of the day, which proves that there's a big impact not only on the infrastructure, on the targets, but there's also an impact on the overall state, overall morale of the country, and that's something very important. We can see the Iranian people challenging the attacks, protesting with missiles landing, supporting their government and asking them not to stop until they finish the job, which is in essence, finish these people off, finish Zionism. And in Israel, they're begging their country to stop now, that's it. We can't take it anymore. We can't take life in shelters. All of that indicates who is in the better position, which side is winning, who has the upper hand, who has the longer breath, who can continue longer, who's going to be able to actually implement the demands and force the demands on the ground. That's not going to be the United States and Israel. That's going to be Iran. Iran will be the side that is imposing the conditions on the ground. All of the talks to do with the United States and Donald Trump saying that, oh yeah, they're talking and they want to talk, and the Ayatollah, and they gave me a present and a prize. All of that is just deflection, twisting everything, twisting the whole truth. Now, to conclude, based on the first part of the day, 27 of the Iranian wave, Iran is still on that increasing scale of attacks against both American and Israeli assets. We're seeing significantly more damage happening inside of the occupied territories. Any remaining assets of the United States are being hit. Iran is very keen on delivering it up until the end. The resistance fronts are increasing their attacks, whether it's on the ground with the Lebanese resistance or with the aerial strikes, gathering strikes, machinery, missile strikes, including their strategic missiles, which reach the central parts of occupied Palestine. The Iranian missiles, on the other hand, are getting more sophisticated, more advanced, hitting all of their targets. They're hitting strategic locations inside of the occupied territories, and Israel has no answer to that. Imagine if Israel isn't able to protect its vital strategic assets in the country, imagine what else can happen if Israel isn't able to defend its bases, its nuclear sites, its energy sites, its chemical sites, petrochemical, oil. If they're unable to protect any of these sites, what else is remaining? Are they going to be able to protect the desalination plants? All 5 of them? Iran will destroy them in minutes. Israel will have no early warning anyway. All of the radars are destroyed. The missiles will reach, and Israel will literally have no water whatsoever. And they're pushing Iran towards that direction, by the way, because we need to read behind what Trump is saying. You're talking about a person, you see, they're so arrogant, Trump and many Western leaders too, but Trump in particular. He's so arrogant. He thinks that Iran can talk to him now. You are the person who withdrew unilaterally. You are the person who attacked them. You're the person who supported Israel completely. You're the person who, in essence, you destroyed your allies in the Gulf. You're the person who killed the Iranian leaders, and you want them to talk to you. You killed the previous negotiators. See, America's doing the same things that Israel did. They killed the negotiators and they want them to talk. Israel killed the leaders of Hamas in the middle of negotiations. The United States killed Iranian leaders in the middle of the negotiations. And those same leaders were actually the ones who banned, with religious decree, the production of nuclear weapons. And they expect these people to come and talk to them whenever they want. Iran is smart enough, aware enough, mature enough, brave enough not to accept any of this arrogance and bullying against it. That's why they're very right in their pattern of response and the length of it too. Because so far and so long as the United States isn't unconditionally accepting the Iranian demands, the United States and Israel are in no position to impose anything now, by the way. So all they need to do is get hammered and then adhere to the Iranian demands. That's what needs to happen. And that's what Iran is imposing in essence. We're going to annihilate the living daylight out of you and your genocidal bases of terror. And up until the moment you come to Iran, bowing down and adhering to the legitimate demands of Iran, expelling your entire existence from the region that only wreaked havoc and terror and destruction and killed innocent people, and say Iran is able to get whatever it wants, they're not going to stop. And it looks like it, by the way, because like the foreign minister of Iran said, many countries are coming to talk, to try and instigate some negotiations. But the United States and Israel, they're in no position to do anything. They're in a position to shut their genocidal, despicable mouths and listen to Iran. And Iran, what it's doing, by the way, too, is also uniting the fronts. So the conditions now, according to some reports, not all of them are official, is that either there's total peace or there's no peace. And part of the statements of Iran, by the way, could be intended to make their enemies not really understand the strategy they're implementing. So they're sending people, they're sending mediators, whatever. Iran is buying none of that. Rightfully so, of course, because they are traitors, treacherous people with no integrity whatsoever, child trafficking, child murdering monsters in human form. And they're also saying the actions on the ground. So if the United States is eyeing de-escalation, for example, and not just looking to take a breath that Iran is not giving them, by the way, Iran is not letting them breathe, then why are they sending more troops to the region? Why are they talking with other countries about alliance? Why are they doing all of that? Because they want to repeat the same thing. They want to stab Iran in the back again. And Iran is telling them now, we will not be fooled by you again. And that's it for this live stream. I'll hopefully be with you with more videos and hopefully a live stream tonight. Thank
Why is President Trump so desperate over this war in Iran?
Judge, I think there are a number of reasons. The first and most important, obviously, is that he faces public humiliation here at home and abroad. Things have not gone as he anticipated or as people predicted they would that work for him. In other words, this was not a short, decisive campaign designed to decapitate the leadership, crush the government, provoke internal unrest. Having not succeeded at that, we then began this long, slow process of trying to cause the disintegration of the Iranian state by bombing targets having been picked for all sorts of reasons, most of them military, but not exclusively. And so now he has this terrible mess on his plate. And that's why he is now taken a 5-day break with the goal of putting together a war-ending offensive from the air and with missiles and bombs. And I think that's what we're going to see shortly in the next week.
Is he planning a ground offensive? And what do you think that would look like, Colonel? Something that doesn't appear as though it was in the original plans.
No, I think there was never any thought given whatsoever to the use of ground forces. And why would you? This is a nation of 93 million people, the size of Western Europe. So it makes no sense to think about something like that unless you want to declare a national emergency, open a draft, and then plan on invading after at least 12 to 18 months of preparation with at least 2 to 3 million people. No, that was never part of it. And I think what they're trying to do is first and foremost launch what they hope will be a war-ending offensive. They've replenished their stocks, at least on the American side, of the most exotic munitions, missiles, and capabilities, JASM and these other weapons that have been launched from outside of Iranian airspace into the Iranian state. I think they're going to put those together. And once they feel that they've got a comfortable edge that will give them 72 to 96 hours of nonstop attacks, then I think they'll turn to the ground option, which for them is very limited. It amounts to the seizure of some islands. Everyone talks about Kharg Island. Whether or not that actually needs to be seized is another matter, but it's certainly a target. And there are other islands inside the strait itself and not far from Bandar Abbas, right offshore, that theoretically have Iranian IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps elements, small boats and so forth that can exert some influence. But everybody forgets a couple of things. First of all, what really closed the Strait of Hormuz was not Iran itself, but Lloyd's of London. Suddenly, none of the ships could get insurance. And if you can't get insurance, you're not going to take a tanker worth hundreds of millions of dollars through the Straits of Hormuz. So that was number one. Once it became clear that you couldn't get insurance, then the Iranians were in a position to say, well, if you're not supporting the war against us, you're not allied with Israel or the United States in some way, and your destination is China or India, now increasingly Japan, then we'll be happy to let you through, provided, of course, that you've paid for the oil in yuan. This is an effort to get at the petrodollar. So I think what we've got now are two levels of warfare. On the one side, there's economic warfare that we're losing because the entire world is suffering as a consequence of this war in the Persian Gulf. And then secondly, we have the Iranians who are exercising a new form of warfare. It's the 21st century answer to the American World War II paradigm. Our World War II paradigm is on display. You see it with aircraft carriers and destroyers offshore, submarines, and then at the same time, numerous aircraft flying from various airstrips ashore and even back in the United States, and Diego Garcia. That has been our instrument of war. It hasn't worked out as well as we'd hoped, because the new way of war is essentially almost limitless quantities of precision-guided missiles and unmanned systems that can be launched from anywhere inside the border against targets out to almost 1,000 miles from Iran. And this has been very effective. It's driven our fleet way offshore. It's forced us to bring in hundreds of aircraft that have to be refueled on a routine basis over Iraq or Saudi Arabia or other areas. So it's a different kind of warfare, but it's turning out to be very successful. Iran doesn't need an air force, doesn't need a navy. It has an army and it has lots of missiles and drones. And these things are prepared for use almost immediately from various underground enclosures. So that has to be defeated from the standpoint of President Trump, because if you can't defeat that and you try to put ground troops on these islands, we have about 10,000 light infantry right now for that purpose. They're at high risk of being killed once they come ashore. In fact, Iran still has pretty capable air defenses for everything under 15,000 feet of altitude, which means that if you try to fly them in with B-22s and helicopters, they're going to very much be at risk. So I don't know how this is going to work, but I think this is designed to be the war-ending offensive. It is sort of the last throw of the dice, if you will, for President Trump.
Here's the president 2 days ago saying we won, which I think is absurd, and I'd like you to comment on it. But beyond that, he boasts about things that I'm not sure if they're truthful, or if they're truthful, if they're meaningful. Watch this, verse number 13.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it.
Are those statements true? We have total air superiority. I'm putting words in his mouth. And they have no Navy. Or if true, are they meaningful?
Well, that's the real question. Again, he's using metrics that we saw used in Vietnam. We saw them used during Desert Storm. You'll recall all the press conferences held by General Schwarzkopf, where he would then list, well, today we destroyed, 50 tanks and 150 armored fighting vehicles or something. This would go on day after day after day. Now, when we finally got into the place, we discovered that a lot of those losses were absolutely untrue, because they're based largely on battle damage assessments done by pilots when they come back from their strikes, or from overhead surveillance, which isn't always perfectly accurate by any means. So that's the old metric. And he says we destroyed their Air Force. Well, frankly, Iran hasn't had an Air Force since the Shah left the country. So there was no real Air Force to destroy. What about this Navy thing? Well, they had 7 old frigates. We sank one that you're aware of off the coast of India that was unarmed and part of a joint naval exercise with the Indian government. And we've sunk some boats, I'm sure. But they've got large numbers of small boats, fast boats. Some are manned, some are unmanned, carrying explosives, firing missiles. You could go against them day and night for weeks. So he's using a metric that sounds great if you believe in the World War II paradigm, which is what we're stuck in and what we're using. I don't think it's very meaningful. Now, let's stop and consider something. What else is really happening in the world? Well, the strait is functionally closed to anybody that supports us and Israel against Iran. But we've already had a tremendous disruption in the supply chain for oil and petroleum and liquefied natural gas. The world is facing a crisis of food, fuel, fertilizer, and feed. Think about that. The whole world is struggling with this right now. In 2 weeks, Great Britain will no longer have any oil reserves, none. India is in trouble. India now has hundreds of thousands, probably millions of people lining up to buy gas. It can't keep up with the demand. It's shutting down industries. Plastic industries in particular that depend upon petroleum are shutting down. You have a similar situation in Japan. Now, China is actually prepared for this disaster. They have a much larger strategic fuel reserve that has more months in it. But the bottom line is the whole world looks at this as a catastrophe for themselves, for their security, for their businesses. And I think the Iranians know that. And I think the Iranians have planned on tremendous pressure being exerted by the rest of the world on us to stop the war. And I think that's beginning to build. And I think it's going to be very powerful in the weeks ahead. We haven't talked about what's happening here and the impact of inflation, the fragility of our financial system. And the question is coming up more and more, how do you pay for all of this? It's no longer $1 trillion defense budget. It's now a $1.5 trillion defense budget to pay for everything you can conceive of. And how are we going to do it? And people are asking that question. And Bessent says, oh, it's a ridiculous question. What, we just print money? We just buy up our own debt because nobody will come in and buy it? We're headed to a catastrophe financially and economically as well. It's just going to take longer to happen here than it's happening today in Europe.
Secretary Hegseth has asked for another $200 billion, using one of his snarky phrases, it takes a lot of money to kill bad guys. Well, the $200 billion, even if authorized tomorrow, wouldn't be used to kill bad guys. It would be used to enrich the manufacturers of ammunition that we're depleting.
I think he, along with our 15-point proposal to the Iranians, is disconnected from reality. We're not really interested in negotiating with Iran. We want to destroy Iran. That has always really been the goal. Whatever is left over, we plan to divide up. We and the Israelis plan to control the oil, obviously, and the gas, whatever else is there. But this is effectively another version of the strategy that we embraced against Russia that has ultimately failed in the Ukraine war. Ukraine has lost 1.5 to 1.8 million men fighting. The Russians are in control of the critical terrain that they went in to liberate to begin with. They don't really want this war to go on. They'd like to bring it to an end, but no one has been willing to cooperate with them. But this is not costing them anything. And as we all know, they're doing a land office business in oil right now because they're supplying oil to everybody that can possibly afford to buy it. And they're doing it at very, very lucrative prices. So you can say we've done wonders for Russia, and whatever sanctions we've imposed have turned out to be completely irrelevant. The point is, though, now we have, 10,000 light infantrymen, and we're trying to figure out what we can do with this. It's going to make any difference to who controls the Straits of Hormuz. I think that's a very tall order. I think it's going to be very difficult and extremely dangerous.
Colonel, how depleted are U.S. ammunition supplies as we speak, late March of 2026?
Well, I found an article from RUSI, the Royal United Services Institute. I think I forwarded it to you. It has a table in there showing how many days left of various kinds of munitions we and the Israelis have. Now, of the two, the Israelis obviously are in very serious trouble right now. 8 out of every 10 missiles that are launched at Israel penetrate the Israeli air and missile defenses. So Israel is taking one hell of a beating. There be no question about that. What about us? Well, we have some concerns about theater high altitude air defense missiles. That's the high end that if there's anything out there that we could possibly succeed in using against hypersonic missiles, that's what they are. But we too are running very low. We're running very low on PAC-3. Now, as far as the offensive munitions and missiles, we've got several weeks left. I'm told the Israelis may only have a couple of weeks left. And then when you run out of the exotic material, that's when you turn to the quote unquote dumb bombs. B-52 that flies over Tehran. I don't know if they've done that yet, but I have a feeling they probably have, because I see a lot of evidence for carpet bombing. Each B-52 carries 500-pound bombs. This is the sort of thing that was developed during the Second World War for Japanese and German cities. They just fall on the population and on the city and inflict what everybody hopes will be unrecoverable damage. But I think we also need to understand that after all was said and done and all these air offensives, the air offensives did not win the war. And that's what people seem to fail to understand. And we're not going to defeat Iran without some other approach. And the only other approach that anybody can come up with is a massive ground invasion. But in addition to Iran not presenting any threat to us, which has always been true, what's the strategic payoff for us to spend $1 trillion to invade the country and essentially occupy it, a hostile place that's going to hate us in perpetuity? Note that Iraq, the place that we occupied, is in the forefront of declaring war on us, trying to drive us out of their country and supporting Iran. So what are we trying to do? What is the real objective? And I think at this point is to create the illusion of victory so that Donald Trump can skate. He can escape humiliation.
You used an interesting word to describe the size of the boots on the ground troops that would be necessary. Massive. What did you mean by that in terms of numbers, Colonel?
I've heard several people say, oh, we could do it with 200,000. We could do it with 500,000. And my question is always what? Are you on a punitive exercise? You want to cross the Zagros Mountains, which are like the Rockies, move down into the low country where Tehran, Tabriz, Tehran, Isfahan are, march in there, devastate the cities, and then eventually march out? Is that what you want to do? I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but I think, first of all, we have to understand the two ways of war. What the Iranians are doing is that they have built enormous quantities of standoff attack weapons, primarily ballistic missiles and unmanned systems, we call them drones, in huge quantities, most of them underground. They can be launched at will. And we keep saying, well, we've eliminated all their launchers. Well, you know, I have a lot of difficulty understanding that. I don't think we've eliminated all their launchers. I think there are more launchers out there than we care to admit. I don't know how many decoys we've struck. We hit a lot of decoys in Kosovo back in 1999. I think we're hitting lots of decoys inside Iran. But the point is, they built all these systems. They have what we call persistent surveillance. Sometimes people call it a surveillance stare, as in staring at something, at all sorts of levels. Now, if they come down to lower levels, like the MQ-9, the Israeli Hermes, the Iranians have been shooting those things down. But at higher levels, they haven't been able to do that. And unless you can jam the satellites that the Chinese and Russians are utilizing on behalf of the Iranians, I don't think we can, or we can disrupt them in some dramatic way. That means that wherever we go within 1,000+ miles of Iran, we are being watched. Whatever we do is being identified. In other words, from where do you move? If you're going to attack inside the strait, are you going to fly off of carriers that are what, 700-800 miles away from the strait? Are you going to fly ashore somewhere into Saudi Arabia? Are you going to fly into Jordan? Are you going to fly into Kuwait? Anywhere you go, you're going to be identified. They're going to find you. They will discover you. Then the only question is, how long do they wait until they concentrate their tactical ballistic or theater ballistic military power against you, along with untold numbers of drones? It's going to be very difficult to protect against that, especially since we haven't found that our air and missile defenses are nearly as effective as is claimed. I mean, we hear, oh, 90% effectiveness. That's not true. I'm getting reports from people in the fleet that suggest it's infinitely lower than that. So how are you going to guarantee that they could even get in? And how do you protect them once they are in? And, you know, how do you get them out? This is another exercise in, well, we're going to be successful, so don't worry about that. What if you're not successful? How do you extract your troops? How do you evacuate the wounded? How do you keep these people alive? Where do they get water? And remember, Iran has already said if we're going to destroy their power plants, they're going to destroy everything in the Gulf. And 90% of the electric plants, in other words, the power plants in the Persian Gulf on the eastern or the west side, are all along the coast. They're all identified. They're easily struck and put out of business. What about the desalinization plants? We hit those, they're going to hit them. And the people in the Arabian Peninsula are then in very serious trouble, not just our troops. In other words, I don't think this is a good idea, but we're back to the war-ending offensive. Develop a war-ending offensive for me so I can walk out of the Oval Office and say, victory at last, the Iranians are surrendering. Good luck.
Colonel, I apologize for the heartburn, but here's the guy that whispers into Trump's ear in the golf cart a couple times a week. Chris, cut number 5.
We got 2 Marine expeditionary sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. The Marines, my money is always on the Marines. I don't know if you take the island or you blockade the island, but I know this. The day we control that island, this regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris. I want to sprint to peace. As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up. The reason we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel making peace is October the 7th, 2023. Iran through Hamas attacked Israel, stopping normalization. I want to take up and complete what Biden started. As soon as we get Iran defanged so they can never do another October 7th, I want to start up peace talks between Saudi and Israel this year. I want a peace deal between Saudi and Israel, normalizing, ending the Arab-Israeli conflict. It's been going on for 2,000 years this year, and you can't do it with a lethal Iran. So
Okay,
we're weeks away from this Iranian regime not having the capability to stop peace.
Does he know what he's talking about?
Well, Judge, don't you remember that Saddam Hussein was responsible for 9/11?
Right.
We had to go and get him. Okay, so I also remember Paul Wolfowitz telling everybody, the road to Jerusalem begins in Baghdad.
Right.
We go to Baghdad, then we have the road to Jerusalem. We'll have peace break out all over. This is all crap. It's all nonsense. It's lies. And that's the only thing that you can say. And when he starts talking about Marines, 19,000 Marines were killed in the Pacific during the Second World War. And in retrospect, many, many studies out there have demonstrated that at least 2 or 3 of the islands on which these men died in great numbers probably didn't need to be attacked. And then nobody ever talks about Okinawa, which was the last big operation of the war. And strictly speaking, when you look at our losses, the casualties we took, and the ferocity of the Japanese defense, most people don't regard Okinawa as a great victory. In fact, Okinawa played a major role in the decision to use the atom bomb, because we said, if this is the quality of resistance that we'll face, we'll forget invading Japan. It's an impossibility. What I'm trying to say is throwing around these World War II things, analogies and statements, that may evoke 1 or 2 positive images, but the reality is ugly. The war was ugly. We are not involved in a life or death struggle against an enemy in Iran. We are there because of Israel. That's it. And the Israelis, agents inside the United States who have a great deal of money and influence. These are the people that brought us into this war. I don't know how Americans feel right now. Most Americans in uniform will always do what they're asked to do. But I'm sure there are more than a few out there beginning to wonder, does this really make any sense? And we have always talked about this too, Judge, on the show. Let's assume I'm wrong. Let's assume that this war-ending offensive works and we utterly destroy Iran to the point where the state and the society disintegrate. Then what happens? The answer is clear: chaos. And that chaos is going to spill over into other countries in the region, into Turkey, into Syria, into the Arabian Peninsula, and ultimately into Europe, as we've seen before. I don't think the Russians or the Chinese are going to sit still for that. They're not going to sit still for the permanent closure of the Straits of Hormuz, which is damn near what would probably result, because it would be the end of the Gulf Cooperation Council, the end of the Emirates. They will vanish, and there will be nothing there, and it will take us a decade or more to recover from this.
Colonel, one last clip for you. A young Marine named Jim Webb, whose grandfather was Ronald Reagan's Secretary of the Navy, and then also a Marine, the grandfather, and also a United States Senator from Virginia, being interviewed by our friend Tucker Carlson. It's very telling what he says. Chris, number 22.
As of right now, I hate to say this, I love this country. I am not as proud of anything as I am as my service in the Marine Corps, but I will not let my kids join because of the way that we went to war with Iran. Because if you look at it philosophically, we have gone to war on behalf of another country to further their interests. Those are not my those are not my words. The administration has said as much. Speaker of the House has said as much. And when that's the case, you have reduced our military to effectively a mercenary force. And there's no honor in that. This is an offensive war of choice.
Sounds remarkable to me. I wonder if a lot of young people in uniform share that view.
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask. My experience with most Americans in uniform is they will always do their duty, even when it's distasteful to them. This is a little different because the blowback financially and economically on us is going to be severe. But this brings to mind a conversation I had many years ago, about 2000, with a member of Congress. This person was a key figure on the House Armed Services Committee. And the issue of the draft came up, and he said, well, thank God we got rid of that draft. That would have inhibited us, prevented us from doing all the things we're doing. Thank God we have a volunteer military because we can do pretty much what we want. I think going to the volunteer military had many, many positive features, but ultimately it was a lot like going off the gold standard. Once you no longer had a gold standard and you had currency that was not anchored to anything tangible, except the supposed faith and confidence in the US government, what you had was the ability to print money to cover the costs of anything you wanted to do. And that meant wars, and that's what we've done. At the same time, you have a similar situation with the military. Well, there's no draft. Less than 1% of adult Americans is affected in any way by what we do militarily. So who cares? What difference does it make? Ronald Reagan never felt that way, which is why he reacted as he did to the loss of those Marines in Beirut back in 1982, 83. But since then, I've detected a greater willingness to sort of expend us without a great deal of concern. I think the last person that cared deeply about the whole business was President George Herbert Walker Bush. Since then, I don't think it's meant very much. Remember George W. Bush telling everybody, go shop. Just go shop. Don't worry about what we're doing in Iraq. Just go shop.
Right.
I've shopped long enough, Judge.
Colonel, thank you very much. A great analysis, my dear friend. Deeply appreciated as always. Be well. We'll look forward to seeing you next week.
Okay, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hours long. God knows if there's even any petrol available for these people to buy it in the first place. We're already seeing food shortages, store shelves, people maybe panic buying. Maybe it's legitimate that more food is not showing up on those shelves. Take a look at the UK. Gas lines here in the UK with only, according to reports this afternoon, only about 2 days left of petrol available in the UK. Where will they get more? How will they get it? And you have Australia, and Australia is really being hurt hard right now. Of course, we talked about the fuel shortages there, but one farmer has gone a bit viral in Australia for talking about how devastating and how he's trying to really paint a picture. This clip is 8 minutes. I'm just going to show you a few seconds of it. You can seek it out on your own, but just want to set the tone of what he's sort of complaining about the politicians in the capital about how bad things are about to get. Just listen a few seconds of this.
Well, g'day. Here we go again. Sorry about the usual intro. Standing here in front of the centre pivot. You see the diesel tank, everything behind me. Crop you see behind me is a maize crop. This is mainly targeted at our clowns in Canberra, Macquarie Street, and you know, particularly Labor and the coalition, particularly, you know, obviously Matt Canavan, his attack on us and things like that. Yes, here in the One Nation hat, got my One Nation stubby hole. Yeah,
so there he goes. Then he goes on to really explain and lay out just how difficult it is for farmers in Australia right now, but of course around the world. So we wanted to talk about that today. AJ Richards is the founder of From the Farm. He has been working to prevent famine in America for the last 6 years. And I think we really started to see some pieces of that when the whole fake COVID pandemic unfolded. And you got to see sort of the trial run of like what a possible famine actually might look like. AJ, welcome to the show. Great to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
So I'm sure you've been watching this very, very closely, not just over the past 3 weeks as this war has unfolded, but for years. What started to concern you maybe before this war broke out that our system, I think that's what the thing I want to hit on too, is that our system was already incredibly fragile, right? Before this, you add in an Iranian war on top of it. Can you talk about specifically, I guess, in the United States, what you were seeing ahead of time?
Yeah, so in my family are 6th-generation ranchers from southern Utah, northern Arizona, and we were selling beef direct to consumer in 2019. And then when COVID hit, we called our local processor to get our next round of livestock scheduled for processing so we could feed our customers. And the disruption of COVID and what happened in the large-scale slaughterhouses caused a cascading effect that backed up our smaller local processors. So when we called to get our next round of processing, they told us, yeah, we can get you in a year and a half. Now, for context, a week or two prior to that moment, we would call and say, hey, we have 5, when can we get them in? And it was literally within a week or two. And so when COVID hit and disrupted the entire supply chain, it became very clear that our supply chain has become so degraded that most of us don't even know this is happening. Ultimately, we had to shut down that business because we couldn't get consistent processing to feed the customers that we were already serving. So that was sort of the first big, aha moment that we're in trouble. Ranchers and farmers have been screaming about this across the country for a long time, but we didn't really start seeing the effects of that until COVID hit, and it just became really clear we've got some real work to do in this country to get us back on track.
What are the mechanisms that broke down? What do you think, where were the failure points?
Yeah, there's a few. And first of all, the large-scale corporate-owned slaughterhouses, 4 companies control 85% of the meat we consume, and there's roughly 30 slaughterhouses that process 80% of the meat we consume in our entire nation. So they're processing around 6,000 plus head of livestock a day. So when COVID hit and those folks couldn't come to work and process, they weren't doing the processing. And our system is built so efficiently for just-in-time delivery that if you're processing 6,000 head of cattle today, you've got 6,000 more coming tomorrow and the next day and the next day and so on. Well, when that jam started, you had this backup in the finishing lots all the way down, finishing lots where they fatten the cattle and get them ready for processing. You had that cascading effect all the way down to folks that were ready to deliver. And now feeding livestock is a lot more expensive when they're ready to be processed than just processing and put in the freezer. So that was the first implication, was just this breakdown in our supply chain where the processing happens because of that consolidation. Then a year later, folks remember sometime around 2021, they started limiting the meat you could buy again. And that time it was because JBS got hacked and had an $11 million ransom they had to pay, but they were locked out of their system for, I think it was like a week or something like that. And so they couldn't process again for an entire week across, their supply chain. And so that was continuing to cause problems for our system. Even today, there's parts of our country where the small processors are backed up 6-9 months. Even today, 6 years post-COVID.
That's insane. Well, don't you hate when people say, I told you so? Yeah, that's me, actually, because I did tell you, sorry, but I told you that gold and silver were going to reap the benefits of excessive money printing, the Fed just printing money like crazy, overvalued markets, global unrest. It's here. It's happened. Gold and silver have both soared to all-time highs. So I hope you called our friends at Lear Capital and you bought some. If you didn't, trust me, it's not too late. Experts are predicting even higher prices ahead. And they get it. They know what's coming. Isn't it time, folks? Get yourself some gold and silver today. Call the best in the business. I personally use them. So does Natalie. We both do. And our kids do as well in their IRAs. Lear Capital, go madmen. He says the oil strain is happening at the same time California's refineries are going offline. The West Coast is going to be rough. Obviously, you're on the western part of the country right now. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, if this keeps going, everything in this country, there's no such thing as local anymore, at least on a scale that matters, right? So everything we do depends on trucking. It's been pretty well known for many folks that pay attention to this that in any given town or city, your grocery stores have 3 days of food. That's without panic buying. And so if the trucks aren't coming in because they can't get fuel, or even if they can get fuel for, prioritizing those systems, the cost for that is going to increase the cost of the goods they're hauling. And then that goes all the way downstream to manufacturing new tractors or any other aspect that's necessary. All of those parts and pieces and things that we're moving around using fuel, they're going to cost more because it costs more to get it there.
I hate to be, I am a conspiracy theorist, but that just means I'm a 6-month spoiler alert kind of guy. A friend of the show, David Icke, has been saying you need to step back from what's happening in Iran. You need to see the larger picture here. Which is they're intentionally doing this, that intentional scarcity, so they can, as you pointed out during COVID, prevent us from eating meat, right? Mm-hmm. Move us to like an all-electric future, reduce our dependency on farms, take away this land, consolidate the consolidation control. Is he wrong or is he right?
Yeah, he's got a lot of really valid points there. I mean, we did see all of that happening and still perpetuating today through different organizations. Like in the West, one of the big things we're dealing with is the loss of grazing land for our cow-calf ranchers. That means those particular ranchers have mama cows that have the babies, and that feeds into the downstream pipeline. But public land grazing, which is like your Bureau of Land Management from the Department of Interior or your Forest Service from USDA, state trust land, these kinds of things, ranchers have a lease on those to raise their cows. But you get these environmental ENGOs that come in and they cause havoc, and they'll sue and settle to reduce the number of livestock that a rancher can produce on those lands. In the 1935 before the 1935 before the Taylor Grazing Act, we had 18 million what they call AUMs, animal units a month. That means a mama cow and a baby cow is considered one AUM. So in 1935 we had 18 million in the West. Today we have 8 million because the ranchers are being squeezed at every turn. That's our food supply. Livestock on public land is what refertilizes the soil so that we have grass. Well, that's being reduced. So we're seeing desertification happening in the West because of the lack of ruminating animals. Wildfires are out of control because of the reduction of grazing and logging. So we have these very unhealthy forests that are tinderboxes ready to explode. Without the grass, it also breaks up what we call what's your local water cycles. About 40% of your moisture is supposed to come naturally from local water cycles, which is created by grass and vegetation. That's all going away because of these fights that ranchers have been in and largely unheard for decades.
That's unbelievable. It's not unbelievable at all. I mean, we friend of the show, Dane Wigington, of course, from geoengineeringwatch.org. He's been saying, have you seen what's happened to these farms? Have you seen what's happening to this land? Just the desertification of this land, the trees that are just falling apart and just collapsing. And, you see what's happening with the spraying in the skies. Has the spraying in the skies affected you at your farms?
Yeah, in some areas, I just watched a woman today giving a testimony in South Carolina where she has a farm, and she's been monitoring. She's an animal specialist in a local farming group, so she's knowledgeable in this. And she said she's lost 80% of her butterflies just in the last 3 years because she monitored those things. She was trying to create a habitat for the monarch. And her neighbors do bees, and they've seen significant reduction in their bees around their farm. And this was all focused on atmospheric aerosol sprays as the cause.
That's unbelievable. I know this morning I went out here in Colorado and 3 crisscrossing patterns right in the sky. And then within about 20 minutes, I posted this on Twitter. Within about 20 minutes, the entire area where those had just been sprayed were fully clouded, covering it. To keep the sun out, because we want to dim everything. It's so deeply troubling. I can't. It just disheartens me, because how are we allowing this to happen? How are we allowing this to happen, to go from 18 million animals in the 30s to a population that's exploded in the United States, and now we have 8 million?
That's right. Yeah, we're at the lowest herd numbers since 1950s, but we've got 320 million people to feed. So this to me, this is why it's been my focus. All these other things that they do matter. And, I always say, pick a hill to die on, because there's plenty, and somebody needs you to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But quite frankly, none of those hills matter if you're starving. It really doesn't. Like, famine is the game. It's the game over. It's the checkmate. And so we need to back our family farms and ranches in this nation. Give the people who want to become farmers and ranchers a reason to take that on and get into it. One of the good things that came from COVID, people woke up, and one of the fastest growing movements in the nation is homesteading. I mean,
Yes.
there's so many people that are trying to get the heck out of the city or the suburb, get on a small piece of land, and primarily raise food for their own families. But that often leads to increasing the production so they can sell to their neighbors. But this will follow. This is what I'm trying to get people to understand. Consumers have all the power here. If they choose where they're spending their dollar, they're going to drive a new market. And that's why I believe that direct to consumer needs to be the future of our agriculture. So it gives a reason for more people to get back into it. And also, direct to consumer means they get the full retail dollar. Because currently in this system,
salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate that love, soldier. Salute.
In the captured corporate system, ranchers, for example, only earn about 9 to 14 cents on the dollar. And yet they're the ones doing all the primary work to get it to your plate. And they're getting such a small piece of that. But if you go right to the farmer and rancher and you shake the hand that feeds you, they get the full retail dollar. That's stability for them. And we as the consumers can make those choices so that we can help them.
So I just want to point out, I have a couple more questions for you here, but you built this online platform, basically almost like, I guess you could describe it like an Airbnb for local produce and farms, to be able to connect people with their local ranchers so people can go right to their ranchers. We've got, 30,000 people watching us live right now across all of our platforms. I would love for people to go to your website and not collapse the website, not all of it, but
you might do that. We're pretty new.
but go there and maybe bookmark it for later if it does get, we have 30,000 people we're sending there right now to go check it out.
Great.
But this is an important American moment, I think, for people to be able to connect with their where can people go to learn more about this?
Yeah, fromthefarm.org is the website. And we built this entirely. We had to rethink the whole food system. The current food system is, we think about the farmers last. How do I get my money? That's the corporate mentality. And so we had to go into something. If we're going to create something new that works, you've got to just blow up the old system and rethink it. So the farmers on our platform, we have a little over 100 producers across 37 states spread throughout the nation, but they keep 100% of the retail dollar. We have built a model where we don't take any of that. And our goal, like you mentioned, is if we can become sort of the Airbnb of local food, that takes the marketing off the back of the producer. It takes so much of those other middle components, because you got to keep in mind, this direct-to-consumer market doesn't make it easier for them. It actually puts more burden on them to pick and pack and ship and do all those things and do customer service. But when they keep that full retail dollar, there are so many families that are making that decision to go that route. So consumers also need to learn what it looks like to actually buy from a farmer and rancher. It was only a generation and a half ago that if I said, how would you like your side of beef cut? A family could answer that question. Now it's a 1-hour conversation with a rancher to know what comes with a side of beef, because we've become so segmented. So yeah, fromthefarm.org is designed to make sure the farmers and ranchers get 100% of that retail dollar so that we can keep them around. And again, we have to go from the 1.8 million farms we have today back up. We have to start increasing that. We hope to see 3 million farms in the next 5 to 10 years would be amazing. But that's going to take time, and the good news is there's so many people that woke up, and that's the lifestyle they want to get back to. They may have had everybody had a grandparent or a great grandparent that was growing and producing food, and so some are feeling called to do that, and we need to create an environment that makes that easier. So a local platform, a platform that can help you connect locally, is phenomenal. We also built this, full transparency, I built this because I know God called me to do it. That's why we're doing this, because I knew nothing about software. I was trying to get myself into a position where I could just be out on the ranch full time. Now I'm in front of a desk full time, but we can get there, and at some point we will have enough farms on there where local can become possible again. And then with disruptions like the fuel costs, they become less impactful. Now we're nowhere near that. So don't get that mixed up. We're so far away from that security, but that's what we have to do. Get back to localized food systems so at least our basic human needs, no matter what's happening in the world, are covered.
So I'm on the website here, and we haven't crashed it, which is good news.
Great.
Your software is stable, but here it is, fromthefarm.org, and you use your location so you can find the local farms near you. So I want everyone to check it out. Would love to support a great American company like that.
Thank you.
So AJ, I just want to, before I let you go, I just, how bad do you think with the fuel shortages that we're seeing right now, the fertilizer shortages and everything that we're seeing, it'll be in ripple effects, because we're just seeing the very beginning of this. And even if the Strait of Hormuz is like reopened tomorrow, and even if fuel, there's still going to be a massive ripple effect. So how bad do you think it's going to be?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little too early to look into my crystal ball for that, but many farmers purchase their fertilizer and their needs already because planting season's close. Some held off for a while because they were hoping those prices would continue to come down, and now they're finding themselves in a pretty bad spot. So if this continues on any longer, I mean, even where I'm from in Cody, Wyoming, within a week or two, diesel fuel jumped over $2. And so if this continues much longer, the impact, we will feel it based on probably more likely delivery costs than being able to get food to somebody. It'll be the cost of transporting that has the biggest impact.
Yeah, those prices are going to skyrocket. And then what do you think about the grocery stores? You mentioned most of them have a 3-day supply. When would that hit the grocery stores?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they can keep hauling, they'll still have food there because food is still being produced. It just will determine how much more that is. And right now, there's a discussion that beef prices are so high. Now, if you really understand the value of the beef and the cost of beef compared to like a Snickers bar per weight,
right?
Beef really is as high as it's a superfood. So the cost of beef right now is actually pretty close to what it should be for what it takes to get it produced and what it does for your body. There's just consumers have forgotten or been removed from knowing that. And like you, I have a tinfoil cowboy hat, so I think there's a lot of intention there. But I think that was intentional. But
yeah,
people, just because it's the cost it should be right now doesn't mean it can be affordable, especially if I'm filling my truck up at $6 a gallon. Something's going to have to give somewhere. And so I think our pocketbooks are going to feel it a lot sooner than the reduction in the food that we have access to. Now, again, if the trucks can't move because like these videos you showed in these other countries, if they're just stuck because there's no fuel, it'll be immediate. And because when we say 3 days, we're talking the trucks coming every day. You go to your grocery store, there's a truck there every day delivering another commodity for you to be able to purchase. And if those stop, you're going to see it clear out quickly.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely the case. AJ, thank you so much for this. Fromthefarm.org. It's not .com, it's .org. Go there, sign up, learn about how you can connect with your local ranchers. I agree with you. I just saw a study yesterday.
American bases across the Gulf have been hit, forcing troops to disperse, some even out of the region. And those that are in the region, they've shifted bases. U.S. personnel are now operating out of hotels and civilian spaces.
No, that's a scandal. That's a war crime. This is even, you can Google this and it'll pop up. I think the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, they reported this yesterday. American military bases, they done been obliterated. How like Trump saying he did to Iranians. They're now operating out of hotels and office spaces. They're hiding. And Iran say this isn't right because they got to attack these office spaces and hotels where the U.S. military is hiding. This should be all over the news right now.
And Iran has raised this issue. They say the United States are using civilians as a human shield. So why is the world's most powerful army working remotely? And what does it mean for the rules of conflict? Our next report tells you more.
It's been nearly 4 weeks since the United States and Israel struck Iran. Tehran hit back hard. It went after every American military installation they could find. Bases in Kuwait were flattened. The Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, the regional air headquarters of U.S. Central Command, was hit. The U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain was struck. The Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia was damaged. The Pentagon had close to 40,000 troops in the region when this war started. Now, thousands more have been dispersed, some as far away as Europe. And the ones who stayed? They are not on their bases anymore. They're in hotels, office spaces, and whatever they could find. So the most powerful army in the world is working remotely, it seems. And Iran knows this. Iran's Revolutionary Guards, the IRGC, put out a message to people across the region. It essentially said, if you see American soldiers in your hotel, report them to us on Telegram. They called it an Islamic duty. They said, and this is their framing, that America is using civilians as human shields. That's a serious accusation. And it's not just rhetoric. It's a legal argument. Because if Iran can prove that American soldiers are operating from civilian buildings, hotels with other guests, restaurants, lobbies, it changes the conversation around who bears responsibility, especially if those buildings get hit. Under international humanitarian law, specifically the Geneva Convention, there is a principle called distinction. You must separate combatants from civilians, military targets from civilian objects. A hotel is a civilian object protected by law. But the moment that hotel is used for military operations, planning, communication, coordination, it can legally become a military objective. That protection evaporates. So if American soldiers are running operations from a hotel, even just coordinating strikes on a laptop, that hotel may no longer be off limits under international law. Now, does that make America guilty of using human shields? Here's where you have to be precise. Human shielding is when you deliberately place military assets inside or near civilian populations with the intent of exploiting their protection. The U.S. isn't doing this by choice. Their bases got bombed. They had nowhere else to go. There was no grand plan to hide behind civilians. And this is the uncomfortable part. Intent doesn't erase consequence. If a hotel with civilian guests gets struck because soldiers were operating from it, the soldiers' presence contributed to making it a target. The legal and moral weight of that falls on the party that brought military activity into a civilian space. Which is why Iran is making this argument so loudly. They want the narrative to be, America put soldiers there, so America caused this. And it is ironical, because Washington has long cried about rogue regimes using civilians as shields. Now, their own actions tiptoe the moral gray line. And that's the reality of this war now. Because when soldiers move into hotels, the war checks in with them.
The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should your news?
The biggest ambush in the history of the occupation. That is not hyperbole. It is the cold, hard reality that has just sunk in across the occupied territories as news of the Lebanese resistance's latest operations spreads like wildfire. For 2 consecutive nights, the Israeli military machine, the same force that boasts of having the most advanced armored corps in the region, was lured into a kill zone so perfectly executed that it will likely be studied in military academies for decades, albeit for all the wrong reasons from the perspective of Tel Aviv.
According to El Mayadeen, Hezbollah asserts it destroyed 10 Merkava tanks, along with 2 heavily armored D9 bulldozers.
Hezbollah says it hit the Israeli Ministry of Defense in the heart of Tel Aviv. On the ground in southern Lebanon, 21 Merkava tanks burning.
Hezbollah fighters claimed they destroyed a Merkava tank near Deir Syrian using a guided missile.
What transpired on the Taibe-Kantara axis was not merely a skirmish. It was the complete and total annihilation of an entire armored company. The occupation's 7th Brigade, arrogant in its assumed technological superiority, attempted to probe the defensive lines between Muhaisabat and Kantara on Tuesday. They sent a remote-controlled D9 bulldozer forward, a tactic designed to draw fire to expose defensive positions. But the resistance's defenders on the ground are not the undisciplined militia the Israeli propaganda machine wants the world to believe. They are seasoned, patient, and lethally intelligent. They watched the unmanned bulldozer crawl into their territory. They let it pass. They wanted the real prize. And oh, did the enemy deliver it to them. Just 24 hours later, at 6:50 p.m. on Wednesday, as the sun began to set over the hills of South Lebanon, the trap was sprung. A full armored column, Merkava tanks, the pride of the Israeli military, flanked by those same D9 bulldozers, rolled in single file, creeping toward the town of Kantara. They moved with the confidence of an occupier who has faced little more than scattered resistance in recent years. They were walking into a slaughterhouse. The Lebanese resistance defenders waited until every single vehicle had entered the designated kill zone. Then came the order, and the night sky lit up with the battle cry, Ya Rasulallah. Guided anti-tank missiles slammed into the middle of the column with surgical precision, instantly turning 4 Merkava tanks and 1 D9 bulldozer into burning steel coffins. The column was cut in half. Panic set in. The rear platoon, now isolated, popped smoke screens, desperately trying to hide from the eyes of the resistance. It was futile. The missiles found them anyway. All 4 tanks in the rear were gutted, flames consuming the armor that was supposed to be impervious to such tactics. The lead platoon, realizing they were trapped, made a desperate bid to push through into Kantara. they were met with more missiles. Another D9 and 2 more Merkavas were obliterated. In a matter of minutes, the arithmetic of the battle became devastatingly clear. 10 Merkava tanks and 2 D9 bulldozers destroyed. That is not just a loss. That is an entire company's worth of Israel's most sophisticated ground weaponry wiped from the battlefield in a single engagement. The surviving soldiers, those not burned alive inside their vehicles, abandoned their posts, fleeing on foot back toward Muhaisabat, dragging their wounded through the dirt while resistance artillery rained down on their fleeing command posts and any reinforcements that dared to approach. Before we continue breaking down how this catastrophe unfolded and what it means for the future of this conflict, I need to ask you something. This kind of reporting, the truth that the corporate Western media is terrified to show you, only survives if people like you support it. So please, take a second right now to hit that like button. It is the single most effective way to make sure this video reaches people who are being starved of this reality. Drop a comment, even if it's just a dot, or better yet, type resistance or South Lebanon to help overpower the algorithm that tries to bury this truth. And if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel. We are not beholden to advertisers or the war machine. We are beholden only to honest journalism. Do it now, and let's get back to the story. This was not an isolated incident. To view it as such would be to miss the larger, terrifying picture that is currently keeping Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet awake at night. Just 2 days prior to this massacre of armor, the Lebanese resistance had pulled off a near-identical ambush on the Taibeh to Deir Syrian Road, where they destroyed 8 more Merkava tanks. Let that sink in. Within a span of 72 hours, the occupation has lost the equivalent of an entire armored battalion, 18 Merkava tanks and several D9 bulldozers, to a force they have spent months trying to degrade with relentless airstrikes. Even an Israeli settlement leader, Erez Saranga of Margaliot, breaks down in tears on live TV.
לא משנה איך אנחנו נסיים את הזירה בלבנון, או את הזירה באיראן, אם הפסדנו עיר במדינת ישראל, זו הפעם הראשונה שעיר במדינת ישראל הולכת. 10,000 תושבים היום בקריית שמונה. ואתם מצפים מהם עוד חודש, או לא יודע כמה, אפילו איך אמרת קודם, לא יודעים אפילו עוד כמה, להישאר במציאות העגומה הזו. אתם חושבים שישארו שם? אם היה להם פינוי, והם יכלו להיות אסמך הזיכרון הקצר רגע לזכור את ההגדות בבריכה ולא את הכל 10 דקות לרוץ למקלט ובומים כל שנייה, אז זה גרם ל-16,000 לחזור. ואם אתם מצפים שעוד חודש ימים 10,000 שישארו ככה, נשארו 10 אנשים. אלה שלא יכולים ללכת בלבד. כי כבר עכשיו יזכרו את הבומים כל יום. וכל הזמן אומרים לי, זה הניצחון לחיזבאללה הם מפנו. חבר'ה, חיזבאללה יגיד שהוא ניצח, לא משנה מה. הניצחון שלו יהיה שלא יישאר עיר במדינת ישראל. לא אם יפנו או לא יפנו, זה לא השיקול שלי. ואם יש לי 4,700 דירות בלי מיגון תקני, או מיגון בכלל, איזה ניצחון זה? לא דאגתם להם למיגון עד עכשיו, אז בזמן אמת תמגנו אותם. לא מסוגלים, תעיפו אותם מהסכנה. לא שולחים חייל לקרב בלי שכפ"ץ, נכון? למה שמים אזרח בחזית בלי מגן? זה המינימום, זה הלגעת המדינה לאזרח. לשחק לנו ביטחון. כשלתם. יש לי ילדה בת 2 בת 5, אני צריך להוציא אותה לפעילות 2 במקלט, שאני מתפלל כל פעם בדרך הזאת. וככה התושבים שלנו חיים. מישהו מכם יודע מה זה ב10 שניות טיל? עם ילדים בבית, עם נכים, עם מוגבלים, עם קשישים. איך מצפים שהבחור משבוע שעבר שחטף טיל בקומה השלישית בגיל 80 יגיע ב10 שניות למקלט? איך ציפו שהנהג אוטובוס המסכן יעצור את האוטובוס, יוריד את הנוצים ויגיע למיגון? זה נפגע הראש שהיו לי בפגיעות האחרונות. וצריך תודה, יצאנו בזול. אם האוטובוס הזה היה מלא אנשים, היה לי הרן, בלי מענה רפואי אפילו לתת טיפול להרן הזה. בלי פינוי מושג, בלי עתן. תגיד, אתם נורמליים? מה אנחנו? איזה אזרחים אנחנו?
The defenders of Lebanon have proven that their tactical acumen is not only intact, but has evolved into a nightmare for the occupiers. They are no longer simply firing rockets across the border in retaliation. They are systematically dismantling the Israeli military's capacity to conduct ground operations. By allowing the remote-controlled D9 to pass, they demonstrated a level of discipline that exposes the enemy's over-reliance on technology. The Israelis assumed that because they weren't shot at, the area was safe. The resistance let them believe that. They waited, not for the machine, but for the men inside the machines. This is the hallmark of a force that has learned, adapted, and is now operating with a level of strategic patience that the Israeli High Command clearly cannot match. But the devastation on the ground in South Lebanon is only one half of the equation. Over the past week, we have witnessed a dramatic escalation in the scope and sophistication of the Lebanese resistance's missile strategy, a strategy that appears to be operating in lockstep with a broader regional calculus involving Iran's military. We are not just talking about sporadic rocket fire into the Galilee anymore. We are talking about precision-guided barrages aimed at critical infrastructure deep inside the occupied territories, designed with a singular, terrifying purpose: to bleed the Zionist air defense network dry. According to reports emerging from Iranian news outlets like the Tehran Times and Press TV, the resistance has launched a multi-layered assault targeting key military installations. In a landmark operation for the first time, the defenders launched a swarm of assault drones targeting the Tel Aviv air base, located south of Tel Aviv. This is not just a military base. It is one of the Israeli Air Force's most strategic hubs. The statement from the resistance confirmed that the drones struck their targets with precision. This is where the strategic depth of this operation becomes terrifyingly clear to anyone in Tel Aviv. The timing and targeting of these barrages, the heavy missile salvos hitting critical targets in the Tel Aviv area and the industrial hub of Haifa, serve a dual purpose that goes far beyond simple retaliation. The Israeli air defense system, the vaunted Iron Dome and David Sling, is being deliberately overwhelmed. By saturating the skies with rockets, drones, and missiles aimed at vital military and intelligence infrastructure like the Mishar base in Safed and the Tel Aviv air base, the Lebanese resistance is forcing the occupation to expend its interceptor missiles at a rate that is unsustainable. Every interceptor fired at a resistance rocket is an interceptor not available for the next wave. And this brings us to the unspoken looming shadow over this entire conflict: the Iranian response. The Lebanese resistance is deliberately depleting the air defenses to create a corridor, a moment of vulnerability. This is the prelude. This is the softening of the target. The strategy is specifically tailored to ensure that when Iran's military decides to respond to the Israeli aggression with its own massive missile barrages, the path to those targets will be significantly clearer. The October 1st Iranian missile operation, which saw dozens of ballistic missiles penetrate the same defenses, was a test. What is being built now is a sustained, coordinated effort to ensure that the next strike is not just a test, but a definitive, crippling blow. And the brutality of the occupation forces in response only underscores their desperation. Unable to achieve a decisive victory on the battlefield against the defenders, they are resorting to what can only be described as systematic terrorism against the Lebanese civilian population. While their tanks burn in the hills of Qantara, the Israeli Air Force is pounding residential neighborhoods in Beirut's southern suburbs, refugee camps like Ain al-Hilwa, and villages across the south, under the flimsy pretext of targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. The casualty figures are appalling, with thousands of Lebanese civilians killed and over 1 million displaced. Yet the occupation continues to claim they are conducting limited localized raids. It is a grotesque lie. We are watching a full-scale invasion that has bogged down into a bloody quagmire within the first few weeks, as the occupation's forces find themselves not advancing, but retreating on foot from kill zones where their most advanced armor is being reduced to scrap metal. The reality on the ground is that the myth of Israeli military invincibility is being shattered in the valleys and hills of southern Lebanon. The soldiers of the 7th Brigade, the 8th Armored Reserve Brigade, the vaunted Golani units, they are being fed into a meat grinder. We have reports of entire tank crews being wiped out, of soldiers being killed and wounded in such high numbers that the occupation's military censor is scrambling to suppress the true toll. Israeli media, even when forced to report, speaks of the deadliest days of the war, with over a dozen soldiers confirmed killed in less than 48 hours. A number that resistance sources say is a fraction of the true count. The defenders are not just fighting, they are hunting. They are using the terrain, using patience, and using a tactical sophistication that treats the Merkava tank, a vehicle designed to be one of the most survivable in the world, as if it were a paper target. Every destroyed tank is not just a loss of equipment, it is a catastrophic blow to morale. It tells every Israeli tank driver that their armor is not a safe haven. It is a coffin waiting to be sealed. The resistance has drawn a line, and they are enforcing it with guided missiles and an unbreakable will. As the smoke clears over the battlefield, one thing is certain: this is only the beginning. The nightmare for the occupiers has only just begun, and the coming days promise to reveal even more devastating blows against a regime that has overextended itself and now finds its forces trapped, burning, and retreating on the very land they swore they would conquer. Stay with us as we continue to bring you the updates.
Perfect. Follow me.